thank you to all of our sister companies for making this stuff happen. If you weren't aware, yeah, we're related to Black Hills and Antisyphon and Wild West Hack and Fest, and we all have our little niche of what we do, and we all have an awful lot of fun. You'll need the class VM, mentioned this. Here's the links to download them. It's also on the Threat Hunter page for this class up on the Active Countermeasures website. You only need one of these. Each one is the same. It's just designed for different hypervisors. If you can't download the VM, we do have a public-facing instance, or a couple of them running, that you can log into remotely. And this way you don't have to download anything. You don't have to get VMs running on your machine or anything like that. If you're on a Mac with ARM, because none of those VMs are designed for an ARM, I'll try and get one of those going at some point. The downside of these is that the online servers are read-only, right? Because multiple people will be accessing the data. We don't want you to delete a database that somebody else is going to go in and try and read. So you can go in and view things. You can't work on the command line. It'll let you do probably 3/4 of the labs that we have going. The other quarter requires direct access. You're better off with a VM for that type of thing. The online version is going to look a little different, and that's okay. It is one minor rev behind where the current release is. So with the current release, we do things like, hey, when there's potential C2 over DNS, there's a big little screen up in the top right-hand side to show you, hey, you have some C2 you might need to deal with. With the older version, we kind of squirreled it away off to the right as a line item for that particular system. And the challenge with that is if a system gets compromised, and I'll talk more about C2 over DNS and how it works a little bit later in the class, but if a system is compromised and it's using DNS to communicate out to the C2 server out on the internet, it's probably not, excuse me, it's probably not going to consistently go through one DNS resolver. If you have 2 or 3 internally, it's going to hunt across the 3. So if you're only looking at one system, you're missing some of the traffic. So with the newer version, we combine all that together. And I'm going to apologize for in advance if I'm like clearing my throat or coughing. I'm going to try and hit, I'm going to try and go through and hit mute before I do. It is spring here in Florida. And for whatever reason, my sinuses decided today would be a great day to act up. So it's definitely hitting my voice a little bit. So as far as accessing the machines go, I kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. VMware sometimes changes this IP address to be something else. I give you a command in a couple of slides to figure out what IP has been assigned to your system. But once you have that, you can SSH to that IP address. You can point your browser at it. You can access it that way. VirtualBox, a little bit different. It's got port forwarding. So you need to SSH to the loopback address, point the browser at the loopback address, and then go to whatever port you mapped to those ports on the VM. And I've got a link to instructions on that coming up in just a couple of slides. For logging in, if you're logging in from a terminal or at the console or via SSH, login name threat, password is hunting. If you're logging in through the web browser to the AC Hunter interface, login is threat at activecountermeasures.com, password is hunting2, all lowercase. VMware troubleshooting. The biggest problem I see with VMware is, besides it running out of resources, is the first time you go to load it, it says, hey, I don't understand this hardware. That's okay. Go in and run the hardware compatibility wizard that they supply with VMware, and that will go through and convert the VM to something that your version will be able to read. It changes its IP address, as I mentioned, sometimes on VMware. Here's how to go through and figure out what your current IP address is set. So once the VM gets up and running, log in, open up a terminal, and type this command at the terminal, and that'll go through and show you what IP address has been assigned to your system. And on VMware, you can directly connect to that IP. And it's a resource hog. So if it's acting squirrely on you or whatever, you may want to allocate additional RAM memory to it. You might even want to add another vCPU. That tends to stabilize it out. On the VirtualBox side, I haven't seen it change the IP address on me, so you're usually pretty good there. I have sometimes see it nuke the port forwarding setup that I ship out with it. If it does that, you'll need to reset it back up yourself. The link on how to do that is at the bottom of the slides. I would try it first, right? Try the ports I gave, 10,022, 10,000, and 10,443. If you can access those ports, great, you're fine. You don't need to worry about it. If you can't, you might need to go through these steps. Well, you will need to go through these steps, I guess I should say. Which database do I go through and load first? DNS-Cat2-JA3. And like I said, if you have a different data set loaded, how do you know what data set you have loaded? Well, if I go to the gear icon, it'll show me what data set has been loaded up on the system. If I want to change to a different one, like, oh, hey, I want to go play with the proxy data or whatever the case may be, you can go through and do that. You won't have lab 1 through lab 3. We're going to go through and create those a little bit later. So I'll talk about that one when we get to it. All right, and that's it for the setup stuff. Couple shameless plugs. Bill has an awesome scripting class. If you're new to the Linux side, you're looking at doing some automation, this would be a really good class to go through. This is a pay what you can class. So it is a, you get to choose what you want to pay. And the more you pay, the more features that get added into the whole thing. Classes I'm teaching. So I've got a pay what you can Packadeco class that's going off in a couple of weeks. I'm teaching advanced threat hunting, which is the next step after this class, a couple of times over the next couple of months. Security compliance and leadership, I'm teaching that in August. I also have a new class called Secure Network Design that's probably going to run for the first time come this summer. Next time we're going to run this class, we haven't picked a date yet. We're kind of getting into like July would normally be when we run it, but July tends to be when everybody's on vacation. So yeah, we'll pick a date. When we do, we'll post it to the site and send it out on the lists and all that other fun stuff. That's it for the shameless plug. So logistics. We're going to do a 10-minute break at the top of each hour. That'll give everybody a chance to go back, check email, water the cat, feed the dog, whatever it is you need to go through and do. At the halfway point, so about the halfway point is when we're going to finish the content. We'll start getting into the labs. We'll do a 20-minute break at that point there. That'll give you time to get things up and running if you haven't already, which, I hope you get it up and running before then, because sometimes it can take a little bit, downloading that VM and all of that. But we'll do a 20-minute break at the half-hour point just to give you a little bit more time to get stuff done. And the team is monitoring Discord for your questions. If you post them into Zoom, we may not see them right away. Discord's your best bet. Now, some of what I'm going to be talking through is command line syntax on Linux. Some of this stuff is only available on Linux, so we're going to talk about it there. But for folks that haven't worked a lot with Linux, this can be a little bit challenging. There's some great tools out there to kind of help with explaining what goes on. I will try and talk you through it, right? So when I show a command, I'm not going to say, oh, hey, and do this, and then just move on from there. I will talk about what that command is and what it's doing and why. But if you ever run into commands that you're not sure what they're doing, explain shell is awesome. You can basically take the command with all the parameters, copy, paste it, and it will break it down and tell you exactly what it's doing. It's a really good resource. So goals for this class, couple things we want to go through and accomplish. We want to be able to define cyber threat hunting. What is it? How does it work? What does the process look like? How do we perform a threat hunt? We want to identify what does connection persistency mean? And why is that something important? Why is that something I should be looking out for on my network? How do you investigate your endpoints? How do you figure out what software might be running on the internal system that's causing these connections to take place? And how do you figure out what is that connection out on the internet that they're talking to? Is it something malicious? Is it something benign? How do I tell the difference between the two? And then we'll run through a bunch of so once we kind of talk through the basics, we'll do some hands-on labs to be able to actually run through that. So what is threat hunting? This term is still a little bit open, right? I see a lot of folks will say, this is definitely what threat hunting is. Well, you still get a lot of folks that have different opinions. You have some folks that, threat hunting means, watching alerts in their SIM. For others, threat hunting means I'm going to go through and I'm going to look for suspicious traffic on my network. So this is still a little open. So some of what you're going to get here is my bias based on based on stuff I've kind of come to over doing this for many, many years. I've been in security since the 90s. I've written books. I taught for SANS. I've been in every size, different environment you could possibly think of. So I've got a little bit of background in this area. But you may talk to other folks and they may have something that looks a little bit different. A couple of things that I think really needs to be included as part of a threat hunt definition is one, it needs to include everything, not just your desktops, not just your servers, right? So one of my first pauses when someone says they do their threat hunting in their SIEM, the security information event management system, is not everything logs to that thing. So if not everything is logging to it, you're purposely making yourself blind to a number of devices that could potentially become compromised. So a threat hunt has to include everything. That's number one, mandatory, non-negotiable. Number two, mandatory, non-negotiable. This is an activity. This isn't we sit back and wait for something to tell us we need to pay attention, right? We're not waiting for an alert. This is something that's getting triggered typically by time. We're going to threat hunt our network once a year, once a quarter, once a month, once a week. Whatever we define is going to help us mitigate whatever time interval is going to best help us mitigate risk within our environment. That should be what's triggering this, not, oh, hey, I saw this alert go off of my SIEM, so I'm going to go through and try and run things down. So why do we need threat hunting? Aren't we doing a good job of catching the bad guys today? Unfortunately, no, we're really not. And what's kind of a bummer is that there are some studies out there that makes it look like we're doing better, and we're actually not. When you look at if an adversary gets on a network, how long does it take for that environment to figure out that they've been popped, to figure out they've been compromised? Well, the first metric that pops in is that a majority of the time, they don't figure it out. Some third party does. There's someone else that figures it out. It may be someone, drops an email to the administrator and says, hey, your system is, one of your systems is attacking us. And now they figure out, oh, hey, we've got a compromised system. So it was a third party that gave them a heads up. It may be a situation where it's a research firm or something. So like Sunburst, we had tens of thousands of environments that got compromised with Sunburst, and none of them figured it out. FireEye figured it out and let them know, hey, this is what you need to go look for on your network to figure out if you got popped by Sunburst 3 months ago, 4 months ago, and have been in a compromised state that whole time. So a majority of the time, we're not figuring it out for ourselves. Somebody else is coming up and telling us. So that's problem number one. Problem number two is a lot of these sites that are going through and kind of generating metrics around how we're doing in compromises are lumping in ransomware, and they're identifying the triggering of ransomware as being a detect. What do I mean by that? So imagine ransomware gets on your environment. It runs rampant, gets on a bunch of different systems. And after a week or two, it pops, let's give a fixed date. After 10 days, it pops up on all of your systems at the same time and says, hey, we've encrypted all your drives. You need to pay Bitcoin to this wallet in order to get your data back. And that happened after 10 days. What a lot of these studies are doing is they're saying, oh, that attack was detected after 10 days. No, it's not. Absolutely, it's not. That's like, so imagine your house gets broken into, all of your electronics get stolen, but the next morning, someone comes up, knocks on your door and says, hi, I'm the one who stole all your electronics. Are you going to go on social media and say, wow, the cops in my town are really on the ball. I had electronics stolen from my house and the culprit was found in less than 12 hours. The cops in my town are awesome. Are you going to do that? No, of course not. Because they had nothing to do with it. You could have had, 1,000 cops. You could have had one in your town, and you still would have found out in the same amount of time because that person announced themselves. Well, ransomware is the same thing. So by saying ransomware announcing itself as a valid detect, it's skewing all these numbers to look better than they actually are. As soon as you pull the ransomware number out, all of a sudden the dwell time, the amount of time the attacker spends on the network, that goes back to where it's been for the last couple of years. The real key for me, the one that really tells you we're not getting better, is when you start looking at recovery metrics. How much does it cost? How much time was involved? How much money was spent? When you look at those metrics, those are unchanged. Well, wait a minute. If we were detecting things faster, I would expect all of those metrics to improve, right? And yet they're not. So we're skewing the data unnecessarily is if we think with actually doing a little bit better here. So, but I hunt my seam, and a lot of folks fall into this, right? I have a blog post I just did, and I got a link to it on the bottom. Check the stats. Your threat hunting is probably broken. And what I do is I kind of read Seeing the Riot Act. And I read it the Riot Act because we've had this technology forever. So the first time I did centralized logging and then scanning through those, writing scripts to go through those logs to look for suspicious activity was probably 1992. So over 30 years ago, it was one of the first security technologies I ever worked with. I'm not sure if it was that or firewalls that came first. I think it was this. So this has been around forever. It's a requirement of every major security framework, right? If you want to be PCI compliant, if you want to be SOC 2 compliant, if you want to be ISO compliant, you need to have a SIM. You need to be doing centralized logging. You need to have some process to go through those. But as we just finished saying, the numbers aren't getting any better. So we're seeing this getting adopted more and more. People are putting more time and money into it. And yet we're not doing any better at catching the bad guys. So is this the way to hunt for the bad guys? The data says otherwise. Take, personal preferences and everything out of the mix. Go, 100% Vulcan and just look at this rationally and look at it from the data perspective. We've adopted this technology more and more. More people are required to use it, and yet we're not getting any better at catching the bad guys. That kind of tells the whole story right there. Yeah, I told you Chris started early. 40-ish minus 30 years experience means he started as a toddler. Yeah, no, I'm a little older than that, but I appreciate the sentiment, Brian. Will AI fix this, right? So this is a big one now. We're seeing artificial intelligence getting integrated into everything. Is AI going to fix this for us? The first thing you need to understand is AI does not exist. AI it exists, but it exists as a marketing term, not as a technology. We don't have AI today. We have machine learning. We don't have actual AI. It's companies like to come up with new terms to sell us things, right? Ooh, I don't have that. I need that. This is new. I need that, right? One of my favorites was, do you remember deep packet inspection, right? You don't want a stateful inspection firewall. You want a firewall that does deep packet inspection. There is literally no difference between those two devices. Stateful inspection and deep packet inspection. They are exactly the same thing. The only thing different was a marketing person saying, hey, if we call it this, we'll get people to buy it. And AI is the same type of thing. The problem we have is AI is great when you have a solidly understood process with a limited number of variables, right? So I want to do something simple. I want to combine a couple of widgets together to make a thing. And the variables are greatly understood. The tolerances will only vary by this much. And, to have it come through and come up with a better way to go through and do that, it does an awesome job. Where it gets into trouble is when there's variables that pop up that the people doing the programming don't expect. And a lot of times it's because these things learn things you don't expect it to. I was playing around with an AI system to see how well would this do at catching command and control channels. And one of the things I found is that it actually started getting really accurate. In fact, it was more accurate and faster than I was. But when I started giving samples to figure out what is it looking at that maybe I'm missing, when I was setting up these C2 channels to go through and do the testing, I was using DigitalOcean all the time to host my C2 servers. because it was just easy to go through and spin them up. The software had learned anything going to DigitalOcean is probably evil. Well, no, no, that's not what I wanted you to learn. I wanted you to look for persistency. I wanted you to look for something that's maybe an actual indication of being a command and control channel. If you're just going to flag everything going to DigitalOcean as bad, it's real easy for attackers to get around that. Oh, hey, let's use EC2 instead. That'll solve that problem. So one of the challenges we run into is that as the machine learning algorithm starts, creating nodes and picking what it's going to prioritize, sometimes it doesn't prioritize the things that were right. I was reading another study recently where they were talking about, I think it was tuberculosis detection, and they were running that through AI. And what they started finding was a couple things. One was the doctors would believe the AI so that the doctors, their ability to properly identify tuberculosis went down when they were using an AI-based system because they just trusted the AI was always right. The other thing they figured out was that the AI did have a high level of accuracy, but what it did was if the MRI image was created by an older MRI system, it gave it a much higher priority of there potentially being tuberculosis. Why? Well, because tuberculosis is something that pops up a lot in poor countries. So poor countries, they're not going to have the latest and greatest MRI equipment. So it was keying in on that. So it had absolutely nothing to do with what the MRI was showing of that person's body and what was there, which is what we wanted it to key in on. It keyed in on, oh, hey, older MRI. Yeah, those are more likely. I'll go through and I'll flag those instead. So again, is this going to fix things? Maybe in 10 years, but we are so not there yet today. And like I said, this is new territory. You're getting in on the ground floor here. This is one of the things I love about threat hunting. I love the bleeding edge within security. I'm one of these people that oh, this is new. Let me get into that. That was actually what split me ways with SANS back 15 years ago, or whatever it was. I was a fellow instructor for SANS, and I wanted to do a security class on public cloud. And what SANS opinion at the time was, well, security in public cloud is easy. Just say no. And I was trying to tell them, no, people are going to use this. This is a good resource. We need to have some guidelines around that. And I was basically told, no, we already have an internal VM class. That's good enough. No one's going to use public cloud. You can't trust it. It's third party, blah, 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 whatever it was they came up with. So that's when I moved over to the Cloud Security Alliance and started doing classes for them instead, because they looked at that and said, yeah, we're going to need security in public cloud. Yeah, let's go through and do this. So I've always tried, and that was back, like I said, almost 20, at least 20 years ago at this point. So, this is ground floor territory. This is brand new. So to me, that's one of the things that makes it exciting. But part of it being brand new, we don't have defined exact process. It's not like pen testing, right? Pen testing, been there, done that. There are precise processes you can follow to go through and do a decent pen test. We don't have that yet on the threat hunting side. So what does threat hunting do? We've kind of talked about this. The purpose of threat hunting, this is something, this is the slide you can show to your boss to explain it to them if you need to. The purpose of threat hunting is to identify when our protections have failed and we need to go into response mode. We've got some decent technologies for dealing with attackers when we get on our network. Incident handling and incident response being, the main core around the whole thing. Forensics is in pretty good shape these days. We've got quite a few. But we need to know we need to do that, right? We can use those tools if we know the bad people are there. And that's been our problem. This has been our 3-month gap, a 3-month plus gap. The attackers get in, it takes us 3 months before we figure out that we're there and we need to do this. Well, if we could figure it out in a day or an hour, well, that's going to reduce our costs. That's going to reduce our recovery time. So the idea is to make this little red arrow here as short as possible. We want to reduce that dwell time as much as we can. So start with the network. What do I mean by that? I mean, historically, we've started with our SIM, but that isn't working. So let's try something a little different. Let's try with the network. Well, what are some of the benefits of the network? Why would we maybe want to start there? One of the first things that jumps out at you is Threat hunting on the network is very consistent. In other words, if I want to threat hunt a Windows system or a Linux system, those are going to be different processes, right? They log things differently. They log different things. There's different tools that need to come into play. The operating systems work slightly differently. So there's a different skill set if I want to threat hunt Linux versus whether I want to threat hunt Windows versus whether I want to threat hunt a Mac. But on the network, everybody's the same. Everybody's using IP. So the way I would look to see, is that Mac compromised or that Windows system or that Linux system? It's going to be an identical process each time. I don't need to know what that system is unless I think it might be potentially be in a compromised state. Till that point, I don't care what the OS is. It could be a thermal sensor running in a manufacturing environment, running a mini version of Linux, and I don't care. What I care about is, does it look like it's in a compromised state? If I make that determination where I think it is, now I'll care about the OS. So I can threat hunt everything exactly the same way. The other nice thing about it is, one of the challenges we have that I don't think gets enough attention is some of these attackers, especially at the state level, are smart enough to figure out how to hide their processes. Now, so, and this to me is just like a bad logic discussion, which is, hey, that system that I think might get compromised, I'm going to let it send me logs to let me know if it's been compromised. Oh, wait a minute. Isn't that like saying, hey, are you crazy? No, I'm not crazy. Oh, okay. Well, then you're definitely not crazy. You said so, right? It's kind of that same argument, right? One of the nice things about the network, you can't hide your packets. You can try and blend in. You can attempt to make it look like legitimate traffic, but you can't completely stealth them like you can a process, which means the data we need is there. We just need to get good enough at figuring out the difference between compromised systems versus normal traffic flow. The data is always going to be there to work with, though, which is cool. So one of the nice things about the network is it gives us a common process to follow to figure out which systems might need a little bit more attention within our environment. So what should this process look like? When we're talking about command and control, and again, I'm going to talk to you about how command and control works and how the attackers use it and all of that in a couple of slides out from now. But the one thing you kind of have in common with command and control is connection persistency, meaning that your compromised system is constantly going to be talking to a command and control server. And it needs to constantly talk to it in order for the attacker to be able to use that channel, right? If that channel only turns on once a month, well, that means the attacker could only manage that system once a month. That isn't going to go very well. So it needs to be a much more frequent interval than that so the attacker can get in when they want to. The baseline I like to use is Sunburst, right? So Sunburst, I talked about that. Most people didn't find it for 4 months until FireEye told them they needed to worry about it. We figured out that was the Russians that did that. So this is high-end nation-state attack. The compromised systems under Sunburst called home once every 15 minutes, plus or minus a minute and a half. So to me, that's my baseline. If I can detect a system that's calling out to a command and control server every 15 minutes, I'm going to be in pretty good shape, because that's the worst case scenario that we've gone through and seen so far. So we're going to look for it. So that's what I mean by connection persistency. We want to go through and check for that. If we find persistent connections, now we need to figure out, is there a business need for this? Yeah, that system is constantly communicating out on a regular basis, but it's checking time. It's checking for patches. Well, those are both business-related services, right? We need to keep our systems in time sync. We need to keep them patched and up to date. If our system is doing that, that's a perfectly legitimate activity. We had a customer come in one time. They bought AC Hunter, got it installed in their environment, got it up and running. And within 2 or 3 days, they called us up and said, hey, can you come take a look at something? It looks a little weird to us. And they had 5 IP addresses on their network that were calling out to Guangzhou, China. And, we kind of went through the business connection thing with them and said, well, okay, do you have a field office in Guangzhou, China? No. Do you have a vendor in Guangzhou, China? No. Do you have a business partner in Guangzhou, China? No. Well, then, yeah, this is probably something you want to be concerned about. And what it turned out to be was their facilities team had bought a bunch of IP-based cameras off of Amazon that came pre-compromised by the vendor at no additional cost, which I thought was good on their part, right? They didn't charge you extra to steal your information. So that was nice of them to go through and do. But these IP-based cameras were taking pictures of the inside of their manufacturing facility and sending them off to Guangzhou, China on a regular basis. Oh, I hate it when that happens, right? So again, that was just running down, does there appear to be a business need with this? And when you can't find a business need, that makes that connection that much more interesting and something worth going in and paying attention to. The next thing we want to go in and look at is the protocol itself. If we're unsure about whether there's a legitimate business need here or not, sometimes we can figure it out going in and looking at the protocol. Sometimes they're not breaking the RFC rules, but they're definitely bending them a little bit. And if we can find where they're going in and doing that, that might help us figure out what's going on. After that, we may want to investigate the internal system, right? So you heard me pick on SIM a lot. I'm not saying it's bad, everybody throw it away and never do it. I'm saying we need to repurpose it as a task. Instead of it being the primary thing we go after, it becomes a support. So like one of the things I love doing with my SIM is having my internal systems log what applications are talking on the network. So now when I see a connection going out to, Russia, and I don't know why, if I can go in and see the application creating those connections, that may help me figure out what's going on here. Let's say I see a beacon going out, I see something, communicating out on a very regular basis, and it's going into Amazon EC2. And I'm like, that looks weird. And then I figure out it's Slack that's doing that connection. Oh, well, we use Slack internally. Slack hosts all of their equipment in EC2. This makes perfect sense. There's a business need behind it. This is okay. So you get the idea. This may be when we want to start getting into investigating our internal system. As a threat hunter, our job, how do you frame this job, right? The job description is pretty easy. Look at every system and figure out if it's in a compromised state or not. That's it. That's all a threat hunter is doing. It's it's 0 or 1. Right? Is it compromised? 0 or 1, yes or no? That's all we're doing. But we're doing it for every single system. And sometimes there's a lot of work involved to be able to figure it out. So I'm not saying this is an easy job, but I'm saying the scope of what we need to accomplish is actually pretty straightforward. We want to be able to create a compromise assessment. A compromise assessment is an assessment of the environment that identifies, are any of our systems currently in a potentially compromised state? Yes or no? That's the question it goes through and tries to answer. So start on the network. We'll get into a lot more of these graphs and stuff like that a little bit later, but let me fill you in on a couple of these for now. This graph on the bottom, what this graph on the bottom is describing is how often does this internal IP address create a connection to that external IP address? And each one of these bars represents a 1-hour period of time. So if I look at my scale on the left, that tells me during this hour, there was about 120 connections that were generated from this system to that system. Cool. But notice a pattern. It's doing this every single hour all day long. Oh, that's kind of suspicious, right? Why is it in constant communication? If it's in constant communication, there should be a business need behind this. So if this is going to, Microsoft patching servers, well, that'll make perfect sense. Well, you can see here, oh, it's going to DigitalOcean. Well, maybe we got resources there, maybe not. This should identify the fully qualified domain name that was queried that brought the user to this IP address, and we don't see one. That's kind of suspicious. How often do you put an IP address into your browser? Not that often, right? Sales, marketing, they never do that. It's going to be mostly us geeky IT type people that do that at all. And even then, it's going to be pretty rare. So that's looking a little suspicious. See this graph here? This graph is identifying how often was a certain dwell time seen. By dwell time in this context is how much time went by between each connection. So here we were saying there's about 120 connections each hour, right? Well, if I do the math, that would be a connection every 30 seconds. Well, if I look over here, this says, well, there were actually only about 800 connections that took place at a 30-second interval. There was about 1,000 that were at 29 seconds, about a little less than 1,000 at 28. We had 400, I'm going to call that 425 just to roll it off, at a 27-second interval. And we had some small number at a 31-second interval. So it's not going off at a fixed time interval. it's varying the timing a little bit. This is what you refer to as jitter. Jitter is a technique attackers use to circumvent most of the beacon detection software that's out there today. And I'll explain why and how it works a little bit later. But what's kind of interesting is notice this is a bell curve. This is indicative of this tool here, Cobalt Strike. And we'll talk more about Cobalt Strike later. Short answer for now is Cobalt Strike is a commercial tool that pen testers use to create command and control channels. But it's not just pen testers, the bad guys use it too. About 95% of the command and control channels that you see out there today are using Cobalt Strike, whether it's commercial or not. Even like evil nation states use Cobalt Strike. Well, wait, why did they license them that to that? They didn't. They just stole it and use it. They're bad guys. This is what they do, right? So this bell curve thing, anytime I see that, that says to me, oh, this might be somebody running Cobalt Strike. So this is looking really suspicious, right? We had a lot of connections, 9,000 of them. Is this something I need to worry about or not? Well, I'm leaning towards this looks kind of evil, but I don't know for sure. Well, remember I said our SIM shouldn't be dead, but we need to relegate it to a secondary role of letting me know what applications talk on the wire? Well, a nice piece of information to know is what application is running on this system that's creating a connection to those systems. We have an open source project called Beaker. And Beaker leverages Microsoft's Sysmon utility to collect that type of information. So you can go in and you can make queries to see, okay, when that IP address was talking to that IP address over that time frame, what binary was running on the system that did that? So for this connection here that we were looking at, right, this persistent connection, it was runtime broker that was responsible for that. Well, if we look up runtime broker is a binary created by Microsoft that enforces policy on applications you download from the Microsoft App Store. In other words, if you say this thing can talk to my disk, but I don't want it to talk to the network, this is the tool that makes sure that that application is playing by the rules that were predefined for that application. So runtime broker is not an evil application. But wait, why is this runtime broker connecting out to a non-Microsoft environment? Ooh, that's kind of suspicious, right? Maybe this is not the runtime broker we think it is. Here's what I love about this example, right? If we were going through our SIM and we saw somebody was running runtime broker, we'd look at that and say, oh, yeah, it's checking apps coming out of the Microsoft App Store. Not a problem. Dismiss it. Don't worry about it. But here we've got context, right? This app is connecting to this external IP that has nothing to do with Microsoft and is doing it on a very regular basis all day long. With that context, knowing that context, all of a sudden, whoa, this looks really evil and something we need to worry about, right? Exactly. So by starting on the network, once we have some context, then moving to our SIM, this becomes a whole lot easier. Don't cross the active-passive line. What do I mean by that? I mean, threat hunting should be an activity that is not detectable by your potential adversaries. Let's say we were looking at this system, right? This one here, and we got to this point, and we say, whoa, this looks compromised. What do? The only thing we should do at this point, if we're convinced that we're in a compromised state, is trigger incident response. That's it. Don't do anything else. Why? Because there's a good chance you're going to mess something up. What do I mean by that? I'll give you a great example. So we see this system's compromised, right? And let's say we decide, oh, this box is in a compromised state. Let's isolate it. We're going to put it off on a subnet that won't let it talk to the internet anymore. That way we can go through and work on it. Sound like a good idea? Throw it in a Discord. What do you think? Good idea, bad idea? We think this thing might be compromised. We're going to isolate it off, right? We'll go into a switch. We'll put it on its own little VLAN that only we can talk to it. It can't get to the internet anymore. Now it can't call back out to the command and control server. Good idea, bad idea? I love the first couple of ideas. Maybe, bad idea, good idea. Good, bad, yeah, risky move. Tip off the attacker. Exactly right. Epsilon had the right answer. A lot of other folks did too. Once you move that system and it's no longer accessible, It means it's not calling out to the command and control server anymore. That means that the attacker is kind of going to get a heads up. Something different is happening to that system. What my experience has been is that when you've isolated that system like that, the attacker, by the time you detected them, has already compromised a dozen other systems. But instead of calling out once every 30 seconds like this is, the secondary systems that have been compromised, they're only calling out like once every 6 to 8 hours. That's it. They're calling to the same command and control server, but it's a much slower interval. So when this system stops responding, when one of those dozen other system calls home and says, hey, do you have anything for me to do? The attacker says, yeah, you're now the primary conduit into the environment. I want you to drop the time that you're calling home from 8 hours down to 30 seconds. Now this becomes their primary way to get in. So by going in and isolating this system, you've told the attackers, I'm on to you. I caught the first box. Now, once they're on the network, now they'll probably try and get to that system again. Well, you've isolated it. They can't. So they know something's really going on. And what I've seen happens a majority of the time, once they know you're onto them, they start going scorched earth. They're going to start nuking everything they have access to, making your life as miserable as possible to make sure that it's going to be as hard as possible for you to be able to track them down and do anything with them. And it's almost like a, well, screw you if you're onto me. I'm going to make your life miserable type of thing. How dare you take away my access to your systems? I mean, I guess might be the attitude. Who knows? But things go very badly after that. So one of the nice things about incident response is incident response isn't just you, the threat hunter. It's a bunch of people together all at the same time. And we're going to have defined processes. And now that we have a lot of input, one of them might be one of these people that threw into Discord, bad idea, and this is why. So now we realize, oh, wait, we don't want to do that. Okay, what do we need to do? Well, we know there might be other systems out there calling out to the same C2 server, but at a slower interval. How do we figure that out? How do we find that? You know, maybe we go through a day's worth of firewall logs or 2 days worth of firewall logs to see, is anybody else talking to that IP address? If so, those 12 systems plus this one now becomes our scope, not just the one. So now we isolate everything at the same time, not just the single one. So there's a lot of things like that that you can do that seem like a good idea that make your life miserable down the road. And by being in incident response mode before that happens, helps to prevent those things from occurring. So everything you do as a threat hunter should be completely undetectable to the attacker, right? They don't know whether you're actually checking your logs or not. They don't know if you're actually capturing packets or not. So those are the things that you want to be able to go through and leverage as tools. All right, let's talk some techniques. So where to start? Well, we need some traffic, right? We said we want to start on the network. We want to be able to go through and use our network traffic. So one of the first things we need to think about is how much network traffic do we need, right? When we go in and do our analysis, how big of a window of traffic we want to look at. So let me back up here again just a second. So like with this one, it was going off every 30 seconds. So if I grab 10 minutes of traffic and then analyze that, I'd probably pick up on this. Because in 10 minutes of traffic, I'll see 20 connections. And I'll see they're about 30 seconds apart, spaced out. It's a fairly repetitive pattern. So with 10 minutes of traffic, I'd probably be able to detect this. Okay, we said sunburst was every 15 minutes plus or minus a minute and a half. Most threat hunting tools work with 20 minutes worth of context. So if you've got 20 minutes worth of context and you have a sunburst-like command and control channel, how many connections do you see? One, maybe two if you're lucky, right? Can you figure out there's connection persistency with 2 connections? No, of course not, right? Okay, let's lengthen that out. Let's go to an hour. All right, with an hour, I'm going to see 4 connections. Can I figure out connection persistency with 4 connections? Maybe not, right? Maybe not. Probably not. There'll be a lot of false positive stuff I got to dig through. You know, there'll be lots of times there were 4 connections done to a server. So an hour is probably not enough. What I recommend to folks is go for 24 hours if you can. If you've got the space, you know, you got the tools, look at this stuff in 24-hour blocks. Solar winds 4 times an hour over a 24-hour period of time Well, that gives us almost 100 connection points to work with that we're going to see are evenly spaced out over time. That's enough to be able to go in and tag something like solar winds. Excuse me, like sunburst. Solar winds was what got compromised by sunburst, but that'd allow us to catch sunburst. And like I said, for me, sunburst is my baseline. This is the worst we've seen from nation state. That's what we should all be doing right now. So 24 hours is a good window to work with. Now, where do we monitor this stuff? Well, we want to see traffic that's headed out to the internet. So what we want to be able to see is any of our end user or server traffic that's heading out that way. Typically, the way we'll do that is whatever switch our firewall is plugged into, that internal interface on the firewall, we're going to copy that over to our span port. And that's going to let our sensor see all the traffic that's going in and out of this internet link. If we've got a DMZ up here, we won't see that. We may need a second sensor for that one, but it's going to show us everything out, from the internal environment. Now, we don't need to, plug into the backbone and watch for cross traffic or any of that. There's ways we can pick up on that activity that I'll talk about a little bit later. So this needs to scale to whatever our internet link speed is. So if I have a 1 gig backbone, but I've only got, or let's say I've got a 100 gig backbone, right? I've got 100 gigs on my backbone, but I've got 1 gig connection to the internet. I only need to be able to capture packets for that 1 gig internet connection, not for the 100 gig on my backbone, right? Because I'm not going to try and collect backbone traffic. It's stuff going in and out of my internet link. My internet link tends to be the performance gate. Now, does this give us some blind spots? It does, actually. This, we're talking about targeting command and control traffic. If someone releases malware that doesn't have a command and control channel, it's not calling home, we won't see that. We're going to need some other solution to deal with that, endpoint security, whatever it happens to be able to try and take care of that. How often does that happen? It doesn't happen that often. It doesn't happen that often because every time it's been done, it's gone wrong. What do I mean by that? NotPetya is probably the biggest example, right? So that was the Russians going after Ukraine prior to the war, and they went in, they compromised a vendor that had a tax system that just about everybody who was doing business in Ukraine was using. And when they compromised that system, anybody who downloaded what they thought was tax software was actually getting malware. And now that malware went out and checked the local network to see where there are other hosts it could break into. And now it would go through, encrypt all of those drives. It would say, hey, pay Bitcoin to this wallet or we're going to keep your data. And even if you tried paying, it didn't work. But the problem was, in the minds of the Russians, they said, well, anybody doing business in Ukraine is a valid target. Well, what they didn't stop and think about was, well, yeah, but some of these people doing business in Ukraine are also doing business in Russia, which means this could get conveyed back into Russia, which it did. This could impact companies that are not just doing business in Russia, but could directly hit us financially as well, like shipping companies, right? The shipping companies that are shipping goods in and out of Ukraine were also shipping goods in and out of Russia. So when those shipping companies got down, Russia took a financial hit from that as well. So releasing a worm and hoping you think you know what it's going to do never works out well, which is why we don't see it that often. But a worm like that, because there's no C2 channel, won't get detected, which means this is not going to replace having some level of endpoint security in place. We're still going to want to go through and do that. But if our endpoint security fails and a command and control channel gets set up, which is what happens majority of the time, this gives us the ability to go in and detect it. So start by checking for persistency, right? That constant communication with some host out on the internet. That's what we're going to want to go after first. Now, what does persistency look like? It tends to fall into one of two categories. The first category is what we refer to as a long connection. A long connection is just simply that system calls out to that system out on the internet and holds that connection open 24 hours a day. And now anytime the attacker needs to do something on that system, that connection's there. It's waiting for them, no problem. What's kind of nice about this from a stealth perspective is that it doesn't generate a lot of traffic. So for example, the compromised system calling out to the server out on the internet, you're probably going to get one firewall log entry and that's it. And because it's only one firewall log entry, you're not going to pay any attention to that. What your firewall is not showing you is the fact that that connection is never actually closed. It's running all the time. So we need a way to be able to identify these long connections when they occur, so that if there's a long duration to a connection, we know that's something that's worth going in and paying attention to. Typically, what I look for is connections that have lasted more than 20,000 seconds, which is about 5.5 hours, somewhere in that range there. So that's coming up at the top end of like a maximum business day type of thing. Those are usually the ones that are worth going in and paying attention to. So if I'm looking at 24 hours worth of data and I see this connection was running for close to that full 24-hour period of time, this now becomes something interesting that I want to go in and pay attention to. This is something that I'm going to want to run down and say, why is this happening? Who is this external host? Is this somebody I need to be concerned about or not? Yes or no? Uh, we're going to talk about Zeke. And Zeke is an awesome tool. It's one of my favorite network tools. My favorite tool used to be Zcutter. Zcutter is an intrusion detection system. It only looks at things when it sees a pattern that you predefined as being interesting. And what I found was that that's great for catching the stuff we already know about that we're probably not worried about because we're already patched and configured to deal with it that anyway. It's not good for catching the new bleeding edge stuff that there isn't an existing signature for. Sunburst being a great example of that. A lot of the sites that got hit with it and missed it were running IDS systems, Zcutter, or something else similar. So that used to be my favorite. My favorite today is Zeke. And what I love about Zeke is that Zeke records everything, not just stuff that matches a signature. It will record everything. So you have a full accounting of what took place on your network. Now you can do the same thing with PCAPs. The challenge with PCAPs, though, is they take up a lot of storage space. Zeke takes about 1/20th of the storage of a PCAP. It doesn't record everything, but it does record the stuff that we care about as security people. So for example, with a PCAP, I could see the MAC addresses involved. Well, C2 channels are going out to the internet. MAC addresses don't matter. So we don't need that. So Zeke doesn't bother going through and recording that. So you get the idea. With Zeke, we can go through and prune out all the stuff we know we're not going to want to pay a whole lot of attention to and reduce the amount of storage. And like I said, it's literally 1/20th. So if you think about if I had a fixed amount of storage that I could save 5 days worth of PCAPs in, well, 5 days isn't much of a history to be able to go back through. But if I was using Zeke instead, I'd have 100 days worth of history in that same amount of storage. Oh, that's a little bit easier for us to work with, right? As awesome as Zeke is, Zeke does have one little minor flaw right out of the gate. And that is it doesn't log a connection until the connection closes. So this becomes a problem with long connections, right? Because let's say a long connection takes place in your environment, Zeke sees it, it creates a state table entry for it, but it won't actually write that out to its logs until that connection closes. Well, what if that connection stays open for 90 days? And over that whole 90-day period of time, that attacker is running around using that C2 channel to run around in your environment. Well, that kind of stinks, right? We've got a module we've created for Zeke that creates a new file called con-open that every hour when Zeke normally writes out its data, we go look at the state table and say, what's in the state table that isn't getting written to a log file, record that into con.log. And that way you have visibility of these long connections before they end up in a closed state. Within the AC Hunter interface, that shows up under this column here, right? So these are all listed as closed, but if one was listed as open, that tells me, yeah, that connectivity is actually still active at this time. Snort sounds like an IDS. Snort is absolutely an IDS. In fact, that was the one I cut my teeth on. Marty Resch, the guy who created it, awesome dude, a lot of fun. Boy, I could tell you some Marty stories. Snort is owned by IBM now, and the community kind of fell off once IBM bought it. But yeah, that was my tool of choice for many, many years. More false positives due to abnormality-based detection. Is that a con to Zeke? So Zeke doesn't have abnormality detection. Zeke literally records everything. And then once it has that data, it's up to you to process that data any way you see fit to be able to go in and look for whatever patterns it is you want to go through and check. I'll get into that a little bit more when I hit the Zeke stuff. All right, so it's a beacon. A beacon is a repetitive connection between two systems. We looked at that in that little graphic I was showing you earlier, where we had an internal system that was calling out almost every 30 seconds. It was every 30 seconds plus or minus a couple of seconds. That's a beacon. So it's a repetitive connection that's going out to either a target IP address or a target fully qualified domain name. One of the things that makes beacons really hard to run down is attackers have started hiding them behind legitimate content delivery networks. We've seen them on Akamai. We've seen them in Amazon. I wouldn't be surprised if they showed up in other places too. Don't pick on those two. It could probably happen to anybody. So the challenge you run into there is you're beaconing out to multiple IP addresses, and those multiple IP addresses are also being used by legitimate traffic, right? Like the one we saw in Akamai. The challenge with that is Microsoft uses Akamai as well. So some of the connections going out to these content delivery servers was Microsoft traffic, but some of it was C2, and it can be hard to kind of sort out between the two. There's some techniques for that, and I'll talk about them in a little bit. But here's our baseline, right? Here's the basics of how command and control works. The attacker compromises the system, phishing email, whatever the process is. They're able to get some initial malicious code installed on this system. This code then starts calling out to what's referred to as a command and control server. Basically, it's a proxy. And I'll show you why as we go through, but it's effectively a proxy server. But it calls out to that server on some regular basis and says, hey, do you have anything for me to do? Hi, I'm here, I'm compromised. Do you have anything for me to do? Do you have anything for me to do? So there's a work queue set up on this system that when this system calls in and says, hi, I'm here, I'm compromised. Do you have anything for me to do? The C2 server will check the work queue and see, is there any tasks pending for the system? If not, it tells it, nope, go back to sleep. And now it'll pause some number of seconds and connect up again. Hi, I'm here. Do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Hi, I'm here. Go back to sleep, et cetera, et cetera. Now, sometimes the attacker is going to want to execute a command, right? Let's say they want to run the task list command, see what tasks are running on that system. The attacker will connect to the command and control server and say, hey, the next time this system checks in, I want to run the task list command. And now the attacker has to wait until the next call in interval to be able to have that command get executed. This is one of our limitations on C2, right? You'll have people say, well, if I wanted to make a C2, no one could detect that, have it beacon once every 6 months. Yeah, you could do that. But that means you can only execute a command every 6 months. It's not a very useful C2 channel. So it's this balancing act between having it go off as frequently as possible so that the system is responsive, but not so frequently that that the good guys pick up on it. Thus, that balancing act. Should it be every 30 seconds? Should it be every 15 minutes? It's a balancing act that the attackers go through. But they submit a command of task list. Now, after 600 seconds, the system kicks in and says, hey, I'm here. Do you have anything for me to do? Yes, I want you to run the task list command. So now the task list command will be run at whatever level permissions the malware is running at on this system. And the output from that command will get exfiltrated out as part of that same connection back to the command and control server. And the command control server will take that output, funnel that back to the attacker. So like I said, this is effectively acting as a proxy. The compromised system is talking to it. The attacker is talking to it. And it's just kind of bridging the connection between those two. That's what our C2 server effectively does. Now, C2 through a content delivery network. Like I said, this gets a little bit funky now, because if I've taken my command and control server and put it behind a CDN network, I'm connecting to multiple IPs. There's also legitimate traffic going through here. So I can't just analyze one IP to one IP anymore. It all comes down to the target and how I specify that. If I specify target IP, yeah, I'm host. But one of the things I might be able to do is say, hey, for the C2 server side, for the external side, if I have a fully qualified domain name to work with, right? Like maybe it's the host parameter in the HTTP header, or maybe the SNI parameter within the HTTPS header. If I have that information, I'm going to make that the endpoint I'm using to go in and do my beacon analysis. Well, that's kind of cool, because now if foo.evil.com is going through multiple IPs, I don't care. I'm going to use this to tie all of that traffic together. If Microsoft traffic is going through here as well, I'm going to ignore that because I'm only looking at the foo.evil.com traffic that's going in here instead. So as part of our beacon analysis, we not only need to be able to deal with IP addresses out on the internet, we need to be able to target and analyze fully qualified domain names as well. And with that said, we are at the top of the hour. So we're going to go through, we're going to take a 10-minute break. And when we come back, we'll pick up from here and keep going. I'll talk to folks in 10 minutes. I'm going to be on mute while we're on break. That way people aren't worried they're missing anything. All right, we are back. But when we left, we were talking about beaconing. And we were talking about how, what's a beacon look like and how does it work? And we talked about one of the new techniques that attackers are doing. And this is spoiling a lot of the detection software that we have today, is they're running it through a legitimate content delivery network. So it could be Akamai, it could be Amazon, it could be Microsoft, it could be anybody. And one of the challenges that, our beacon traffic will be coming through, but it's going to go to multiple different systems, but there'll be legitimate traffic mixed in with that. And we said the way to solve that is to have our endpoint target not be an IP address, but have it be the fully qualified domain name the user's trying to get to. And for some applications, that's right there in the application layer. So we can go through and we can use it that way. So that's one of the newer techniques we've seen attackers pull out over the last couple of years. So there's a couple of ways we can go about trying to detect beacons. One is based on time, right? And that's what we were doing earlier. We're saying, hey, this is going off about every 30 seconds. That's timing based to go through and detect beacons. One of the main algorithms that are used for that is k-means clustering. You'll see k-means clustering is used in a lot of network-based threat hunting tools today. So k-means, if you're not familiar with it, it's just math. And what k-means is designed to do is to find repetitive patterns in large data sets. So imagine we had 1 million connections go out to the internet yesterday, but buried in those 1 million connections is once per minute, an internal system is calling out to a command and control server out on the internet. It's doing it once a minute, every minute, all day long. Well, k-means is going to look at that and say, hey, that's a repetitive pattern. You should pay attention to that. And that's how beacon detection has been done on a lot of different software platforms for many years. The problem with that is jitter. As soon as you introduce jitter and you say vary that timing a couple of seconds either way, so it's not plus or minus a minute, it's probably plus or minus, it's a minute plus or minus 6 seconds, right? So it could be as short as 54 seconds, it could be as long as a minute, 6 seconds. Well, as soon as you introduce jitter, k-means no longer recognizes that as a repetitive pattern and it won't see it. So what so today, 99% of what you're going to see for pen testers and malicious actors is jittered traffic, and it's going to circumvent anybody that's using k-means. So when you're looking at a network-based threat hunting tool, one of the first questions to ask is, do you use k-means? And if they say yes, that's a problem because they can't detect anything that's being jittered, and everything's being jittered today, which means they need to fall back on being signature-based, not behavioral-based, which means they can only detect the stuff they already know about. So if something new like Sunburst comes out, they don't have a signature for that. They have no way to be able to go through and detect it. I keep picking on Sunburst. Part of the reason I like picking on Sunburst is because our open source tool, Rita, right? Command line tool that runs on Linux. We'll play around. We'll look at that one a little bit later. AC Hunter, the community edition, what we're going to play with too. That was detecting sunbursts back in August, months and months before anybody else knew what was going on. So we had folks that saw it. They didn't know what it was, right? The sunburst name didn't exist yet. All they knew is, hey, we upgraded our solar wind server, and now it's calling out to this IP address in Europe, and it never did that before. And it's a persistent connection. So they didn't know what it was. They knew it wasn't legitimate. They weren't sure if they needed to worry about it or not. So they put firewall rules in place and said, don't let our solar wind server talk to that IP address anymore. And that effectively broke any potential command and control traffic that could make it to that system. So yeah, there's ways to detect this stuff if you want to, but k-means ain't one of them. When you want to go looking at beacons, we talked about this earlier, longer time intervals better. The longer, the better. If we could take a month's worth of data, that would be ideal, right? But a month's worth of data is a lot of data to go through and try and process. So it's a balancing act. How much data can we process given today's processor and memory constraints, given the link speeds that we're running to the internet today? And 24 hours tends to be that magic number. Now, if if I'm working for like a 3-letter government agency or my domain ends in .mil, I'm probably going to want to see more than that. I'm probably going to want to look at 7 days. Yes, it's going to take a lot more resources. It'll take longer to process. But the value of what I have of my assets is high enough that someone may be willing to be patient enough that I'll need that large of a data set to be able to go after it. I think for most organizations today, 24 hours is fine. And again, Sunburst, that's our bar. You know, every 15 minutes, we're looking at 24 hours, we're getting almost 100 connections. That should work out fine for most hosts. But we want to be able to look at this over a period of time. So jitter, no jitter, what if we kind of break it out by the delta times, right? That's what this graph here is doing. So what this graph is telling me is that, hey, there was an internal IP talking to an external IP once per second all day long, right? And it looks like there's about 68,000 connections that took place, and they're exactly at a 1 second. You don't see as many non-jittering connections these days, right? Unless somebody pulls an older tool down GitHub or something like that. For the most part, these are going to get jittered. And when they do get jittered, they're going to look something more like this, right? This was that cobalt strike curve we talked about. This one, they actually do a pretty good job of randomizing, right? We've got some connections down here at 5-second interval, up here at 45. It does seem to be more heavily weighted towards the high end of the scale versus the low end of the scale. But this is fairly well randomized. What's kind of nice about looking at these things over a long period of time like this is if I pick 5 seconds and then the next one's 45, well, that gives me 50 seconds. That's going to average out to about 25. And if I look at my scale here, yeah, 25 is right around in the middle. So if I'm, rather than trying to do my detection from one beacon to the next, if I say, I'm going to look at how many connections were in an hour, and I'm just going to make that a bucket and just total them up. And now I'm going to compare that hour to the next hour to the next hour after that. A lot of this jitter normalizes itself out. So you can actually use this variance in the timing against itself in order to make these things easier to detect. You can also do detection based on size. Command and control, when there's no commands to execute, tend to be the same session size every single time. Now, attackers could at some point decide to start jittering the session size. That has not happened yet. It might happen someday. That might be one of the next tricks they go through and try. But for today, anyway, that's not the case, not in anything I've seen out in a while. So we can look at, are we seeing a consistent session size being sent back and forth? That may help us detect what's going on here as well. And this is good for things like Gcat, right? So Gcat uses Gmail as its command and control server. Well, that makes it really tough because it's Gmail. It's a legitimate mail system. We might use that. So we can't just block it. You know, if we can, we might want to. And I'm picking on Gmail, but hey, you can do this through Microsoft Mail just as easily. This is nothing against Google. Any mail, any publicly accessible mail system could potentially be used this way. And one of the challenges you run into is that if I've got Gmail open in a browser, it's connecting out every 10, 15 seconds to be able to see, do I have any new mail that showed up? Well, if I'm running Gcat, it uses that same time interval. So I can't use timing to figure it out. What I have to fall back on is doing a session size analysis. So with email, all of my messages tend to be a different size, right? I might have somebody send me an email that has an attachment. I'll have others that have like a 2 or 3 word answer. And, you know, now we need to start getting into things like, what's the average amount of mail somebody sends and receives on a daily basis? And I think the magic number I saw the last time was about 113. So I should see about 113 different session sizes, minimum, maybe more. Each of my connections should tend to be a unique session size to, because, you know, change by 1 byte, that's going to be a different size. Well, with Gcat, a majority of the time when it's checking in and using mail to say, hey, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. It's the same session size every time. So that consistency in size talking to a public mail server, that might be an indication that I've got a command and control channel that's working through that. Gmail for command and control, Chris? Wow. When would that ever happen? It happened to the Ukrainians. That's what shut their power grid down a number of years ago. They did a phishing attack with an Excel spreadsheet that said, oh, the version of Excel you're running is out of date. You need to click this button to run a macro to update it for your version. Well, most people don't know what version of Excel they're running. So they figure, oh, yeah, that sounds legitimate. Now they click it, and that ran a macro that installed Gcat on the system. And then Gcat was what created that command control server through Gmail. Now the attackers have a special mail account that when they send email to it, whatever's in the body, that's what's going to get executed. And the response they get back is going to be the results from that answer. So Gcat can be really difficult to detect, and you're not going to be able to do it on timing, but do a session size analysis, and you may be able to pull it out that way. The other thing that this is good for is to figure out, has my command and control channel been activated? So we said, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep is all going to be the same session size each time. This is what creates what we refer to as the heartbeat, right? This is my, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. Those messages are going to be the same size up and down every single time. So I'm going to see a lot of those, like I see here. In this case here, there's over 100,000. Let's call it 110,000, just to throw out a round number. But notice I've got data points here. What are those? Well, that's when the session size changed. Why does the session size change? The session size changes because it's given a different answer than no, go back to sleep. It's told run the task list command. It's called use the net use command. It's, try and log in using this login name and password. Something else has gone down that has caused the size to change. Now, what's cool about this is this could be encrypted traffic and we don't care. We don't need to decrypt it to figure out what's going on. We can do it based on session size. If I see a lot of session sizes that are around 1,000 bytes and less, that's indicative of somebody trying to probe laterally or potentially try and log in using multiple login names and passwords. If I see big transfers taking place, that's indicative of people stealing files off of that local system. So imagine we're threat hunters, right? We found a compromised system. We've got this data in front of us, and our boss comes up to us and says, whoa, the customer database that has personal identifiable information in it is on this system, and it's 5 gigs in size. Did they get access to that database, yes or no? Oh, there's a loaded question, right? That's a question that normally we might not want to answer for a boss, right? Yet if we have this data, we can look them right in the eye and say, no, they definitely did not get the customer database. They didn't access any customer information. We're not going to have to announce that we were that we were compromised, which is a regulation these days. If you get compromised, you got to tell people. You got to tell them that you potentially exposed their data. Well, here we know they didn't. Well, how do you know that, Chris? Because the database is 5 gigs in size. My largest data transfer here, let's be generous and call it 300 bytes. You're not going to fit a 5 gig database in a 300 byte transfer. No way, no how. So what this tells me is this attacker has done a minimal amount of poking around, probably just to check to make sure the C2 channel is working, and that's it. Get them out now. They haven't gotten access to anything yet. So by analyzing the size of the sessions that are going back and forth as part of the command and control channel, we can actually do a pretty good job of figuring out what's going on without having to try and decrypt anything. Now, one of the major tools we need as part of threat hunting is something called safe lists. What's a safe list? A safe list is not all persistency is evil. And I mentioned a few examples, checking for patches, checking for time. Those are, so NTP, time server. Depending upon what operating system you're running, your system is going to call out every 15 minutes, 20 minutes, or on the 30-minute mark, one of those three, to find out what time it is. So it can adjust its system clock accordingly. And that's going to happen all day long, every day. Well, that's a persistent connection, but there's a business need for that. So when I find that in a hunt, what I want to do is I want to add that connection to a safe list. So a safe list is basically, let's say we're using Zeke to collect this information. So we'll tell Zeke, record everything you saw on the network today. And it goes through and it does that for us. Now what we want to do is we want to go through and say, hey, Zeke, everything on my safe list, pull it out of the way. I don't want to see that. This is stuff I've hunted in the past, and I've said there's a business need for it. Get it out of my way. Once I do that, what's left? That's the interesting stuff, right? That's the stuff I haven't seen in a hunt before. That's the stuff I want to go in and pay attention to. So one of the things you run into with threat hunting is the first time you hunt your environment, you're mostly doing safe listing, right? You're mostly going through and saying, this is okay, this is okay, this is okay. So your first threat, and I'm just going to throw out some round numbers just to kind of give you an idea of scale. So let's say we're going to hunt 24 hours worth of information. And for our particular environment, the first time we do a threat hunt, that takes us 5 days. It takes us 5 days to run down everything we saw. Great. Add those to the safe list. Now, the next time we do a threat hunt, probably going to take us 2 hours, right? Because we've safe listed out all the stuff we saw before. There's probably going to be some new stuff that's in there, or maybe stuff we missed. Now we're going to go through, manage our safe list again. The third time we do a threat hunt, be less than an hour. Fourth, fifth, and later times we do threat hunts, it's probably going to be 30 minutes or less. So one of the downsides of a SIM is you're constantly managing alerts, right? You're constantly tweaking. And it's easy to argue you spend more time managing your SIM than you actually do responding to legitimate alerts. And that process never goes away. You're constantly maintaining that system. With safe listing, with threat hunting, yes, there's a lot of administration up front. If you don't have a default safe list, list of safe entries you can work with, there's work up front. But the more work you do up front, the less work there is to do later. And these things actually start normalizing out to where threat hunting becomes a much more, far less arduous process over time. How do we figure out if there's a business need to it? Well, some of this is just logic, and some of it is just understanding what organizations we're talking to. We're using UDP 123 to talk to, timeserver1.ntp.org. Well, UDP 123 is the NTP protocol. Time server, ntp.org keeps track of time servers. Yeah, okay, that one's pretty much a gimme, right? Or I see my Windows systems checking, update.windows.com. Yeah, okay, it's checking in patches. Not a big deal. So it takes a little bit of investigation work sometimes. Some of these are intuitive, right? Hey, we use Skype, and this is going back to Skype.com. Okay, that one's easy. So some of these are fairly intuitive. Some of these take a little bit more time to be able to go through and run them down. If you can't run it down technically, right? You've looked at the DNS name, you've looked at their website, you've tried to figure out, is this something that should be happening or not? You're kind of stuck. One of the things to fall back on, go talk to your purchasing group and find out if there's been a PO paid to whatever the company is behind the domain that this traffic is going out to. That solves this problem a lot of times. So you'll see traffic going out to some domain you've never heard of, and you're not sure if this is legitimate or not. Then you go back and talk to purchasing and find out, oh yeah, this person in sales generated a PO to pay that organization for their services. Okay, now we know this is associated with the sales group. Now we can go talk to the sales group about, hey, what is this? Why is this doing it? And once we identify, yeah, this is a legitimate business app that's being used, go ahead and add that into our safe list entry. You can also do things like, geolocation information. I kind of talked about that in the example earlier. It's going out to Guangzhou, China. Do you have any legitimate resources out there in Guangzhou, China? Sometimes you can get away with doing stuff like that. Sometimes you can't, right? It's going to a public cloud. Who knows, right? In that case, geo doesn't really help that much. But sometimes the geo information will help. Sometimes you can do reverse lookups on the IPs. Sometimes one of the nice things about Zeke is it sees all the DNS queries going out to the internet and records them, and it records the answers that comes back. That's one of the things you lose a lot of times if you just turn on logging on your DNS server. When you turn on logging, it'll log what the users are looking for, but it doesn't necessarily always log the answers that come back. Zeke will give you both. So what's nice about that is I might be able to go through my Zeke logs and say, hey, show me in the DNS.log file this IP address. And I might get an answer back that says, oh, somebody looked up foo.bar.com and that returned that IP address. Well, now I know what's associated with that IP. Now I can look at, okay, who is foo.bar.com, and is there a legitimate business need for why the system might be sending traffic to that network? Some helpful links for doing investigation. You get a bunch of them right here. What's kind of nice about these is they can be automated, right? So I have like bracket IP address bracket. So obviously you remove that, you replace that with the IP address that you want to investigate. But they do a pretty good job. Virus total is very popular. That's one people use a lot. There's also, you can do lookups of fully qualified domain names through them. You can submit hashes of binaries you found, and they'll tell you if that binary is known to be malicious or not. It's a pretty useful tool. Shodan, I find that to be kind of helpful sometimes too. If I'm seeing a remote system and I want to identify what's the probability that that system may have been compromised and may not be fully managed by the legitimate business behind it anymore, there might be bad guys running that box. Shodan can be super helpful there because it'll tell me what ports are exposed on that system. Now I see there's a bunch of exposed ports. Yeah, somebody may have whacked that box by going through and using that. We've started getting a lot of phishing scams at Active Countermeasures. We're getting these DMCA takedown notices that are supposedly coming from a lawyer that says, "Oh, you have stolen our content and put it on your website, and if you don't remove it, we're going to sue you and bring you to court." And it's always, supposedly coming from some company that you recognize, but they say, here is our evidence, and it's a PDF file. And if you make the mistake of opening up the PDF file, boom, you've got popped. But they will, when you look at that PDF file, you need to download it from someplace. And when you go into Shodan and look at that system, oh, you always find exposed ports, right? You always find, oh, yeah, it looks like someone's whacked that box. There's definitely plenty of conduits to go in. Oh, look, they're running Apache version -5. Of course, that got compromised. It's that type of thing. Shodan will kind of show you, yeah, this box hasn't been kept up very well. It's probably, Shodan won't tell you it's in a compromised state, but it can help you kind of figure out, yeah, it probably is. All right. So just to kind of cover where we've gone through so far, we started with connection persistency. Who out on the internet are we talking to a lot? Those are the connections we want to focus in on first. Then we looked at, can we identify a business need associated with that persistency? Is it just patching? Is it time check? What is it? If we Then we talked about, let's do some research on that endpoint. Talk to our purchasing group. Do they know anything about it? Use Virus Total. What does Virus Total know about it? We've done some research to try and figure out how trustful is this entity. If we've gone through all that and we're still not sure, because remember, our job is it compromised? Yes or no, 0 or 1, right? It's that binary choice. Which one is it? If we still can't pick 0 or 1 yet, the next thing we want to may do is take a look at the actual sessions themselves. Is there anything in those sessions that make them potentially look suspicious? So some of the things we can look for are things like um, unexpected traffic patterns, right? Like my system is talking to AnyDesk, and I didn't know AnyDesk was installed. Yeah, it's probably a problem, right? That's something we should be concerned about. Or hey, the salespeople, 2 of the 3 of the salespeople have TeamViewer running on their system, and IT doesn't install that. Yeah, it's probably worth going in and paying attention to. So that's usually one of the first places I'll go through and check first. After that, I start looking for unknown applications on standard ports. So this is not take SSH, which normally listens on port 22, and let's bind it to port 2222 instead, so the script kiddies don't beat up on it all day long. This is not that. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about here is TCP port 80. That is the well-known port for HTTP. I would expect it to only be HTTP traffic going across TCP port 80. Yet, when I look at the traffic passing that port, it looks encrypted or it looks obfuscated. It doesn't have an HTTP header to it. Something's wrong. That's the stuff that you want to go in and pay attention to. Let's see. Brian saying, if I have set up my firewall, well worth the use of unexpected ports. if I s- that if I s- if I have set up my firewall, won't the use of unexpected ports be removed? Unfortunately, no. Stateful. So this is a deeper conversation. But stateful inspection basically means at least one application is being inspected. It doesn't mean they all are. If it's not inspecting an application, it falls back on how that transport is being handled. And that transport may be handled in a stateful or a non-stateful fashion. Again, that depends on the firewall. So there's kind of this pecking order that you go down. So with my firewall, one of the bad things about firewalls is that a lot of times they make assumptions. So you'll see traffic, your firewall may create a log entry that says your internal system talked to this host out on the internet using HTTP. And you'll say, oh, okay, that was an HTTP session. No, for an overwhelming majority of the firewalls that are on the market today, all that means is they connected to TCP port 80. That could have been SSH. That could have been anything. The firewall is incorrectly logging it as HTTP simply because it just happened to be going to port 80. Bill's done this. Hey, Chris, close my door. That's what I use SSH. Yeah, that's what I used to do. So I've been in environments where they said, thou shalt not use SSH. Great. I'll set up my home SSH server to listen on TCP port 443. When I'm at work, I will SSH to port 443 on my server, and the firewall will log that as HTTPS traffic. So the admins are happy because they're seeing what they want to see. I'm happy because SSH is working for me. Hey, I did nothing wrong, right? Because I made everybody happy. No, I was tunneling out of the environment. So firewalls, you got to be careful. That's one of the things I love about Zeke. Again, I know I keep like singing. So full disclosure, I do not have any money invested in Zeke or Corelight, the company behind them. I want to make that clear because I know I sound like a marketing ad for Zeke, but I really do love the tool. It does some cool stuff. And one of the things Zeke does is it decodes the application layer. So when Zeke tells you that's HTTP traffic, it's because it saw an HTTP header, not because of whatever port it happened to be connected to. And I'll talk more about that one a little bit later. But for these well-known ports like 80 and 443, where we expect to see a certain protocol going through, if something else does, oh, pay attention to that. If it's going to TCP 53 and it's not DNS traffic, pay attention to that. It's TCP port 25 and it's not SMTP traffic, pay attention to that. So that's what I'm talking about here. And like I said, Zeke decodes a lot of these applications, which is super cool because it'll go through and it'll tell you, oh, hey, when this system talked to that IP address, I saw an HTTP header, right? There was a host parameter in there. There was a user agent string. There was a URI for data that's being requested. There was a properly formed HTTP header. Oh, hey, when it connected to this IP address, yeah, I didn't see an HTTP header. I don't know what application was being used there. Now, in this case here, I think what actually happened was the connection failed, but you get the idea. Just because it was a connection to port 80, it doesn't label it as HTTP. It's got to see the app layer. So that's what we want. And yeah, you'll see this getting presented. Let me just see if I missed any questions here. What about Windows subsystem Linux instances out there? I'm not sure in what context you were asked in that question reveal. If it was in context to the firewall, the Windows firewall looks at what applications are doing what. It doesn't actually analyze the protocols it's using. So if I've said a binary can talk to the internet, if it's talking to TCP/80 and not using HTTP, Windows firewall doesn't care. So I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to or not. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, that was it. Cool. Awesome. So yeah, so with AC Hunter, we'll actually print that information out as well. So here we've got a connection going out to this IP, and we're telling you it's a TCP 443 connection. And there was actually, now this is saying SSL. Zeke labels SSL and TLS both as SSL. So this might be TLS, and don't freak out and say, wow, they're using a really old protocol here. Not necessarily, right? Zeke just labels everything as SSL. I wish they'd upgrade that or they'd change that, but it is what it is. Unexpected protocol use. So this is the protocol's right, but how they're using it seems to be getting bent a little bit. right? It's not what you would normally expect to see type of thing. And here's a great example of that. Let's see, you have to be able to peer into the payload to know if it's DNS or not. Yes. Yes, you need to be using application aware things to be able to go in and take a look. So if I wanted to look at TCP 53, yes, I need something that understands what a DNS header needs to look like or a DNS response looks like in order to verify that is in fact DNS. Absolutely. And like I said, Zeke does about 55 different applications by default. If there's something you want to use that's not there, it's not too bad of a process to create a module to add it in for yourself. All right. So let's talk about this one. So up till now, my compromised system was talking out to the internet. So one of the things you may have been thinking was, well, I'll just inspect my internal systems and see if they're going anyplace suspicious. And if I don't see anybody going anyplace suspicious, I'll be okay. Not necessarily. This is actually a really savvy way to go through and do this. This is because my compromised system doesn't generate any new outbound traffic. So if I'm watching this system, I'm seeing it behave as it goes out to the internet exactly the same way it always has. I don't see any difference because the command and control channel is actually getting encoded into the DNS queries. Here's how this works. So I'm this evil bad guy up here. I've got the little red horns, and I decide, yeah, I want to compromise the system, and I'm going to create C2 channels over DNS. Here's how I'm going to go through and do that. I'm going to go out and I'm going to register a domain. For the sake of argument, let's say I register evil.com. And as part of registering that domain, I have to define authoritative name servers for that domain. Well, what I do is I make my command and control servers my authoritative servers to those domains. So anybody who tries to look up something in my domain is going to end up talking to my command and control servers. That's step one. Step two is when I compromise this system, the endpoint client says, okay, when you need to talk to the command and control server, do it as a DNS query. So you'll see something like this go out. So this thing will send out a query that says, hey, I need to identify the text record associated with this fully qualified domain name. Well, you know where this is going, right? That gets to the local resolver. The local resolver doesn't have this in cache. So it goes out to the root servers, then it goes to the .com servers. .com servers tell it this is authoritative for that domain. And this resolver sends that request to the command and control server and says, here, answer this for me. The answer that comes back is what tells this system, this initial request was probably, hey, I'm here. Do you have anything for me to do? The answer that comes back is either yes or no. And if it's yes, I do have something for you to do, the answer is going to have coded into it, what was it you wanted it to do? Take a look at this string here. Does this look like something we as humans would assign to be a system name? Not even close, right? But one thing steps out at me. 202020202020. What is that? In hex, that's what my space character, right? This might be hex. In other words, what the attacker's done is the attacker has said, hey, if I put, hi, I'm here, I'm compromised. Do you have anything for me to do? .evil.com, you might pick up on that. If the answer that comes back is task list, blah, blah, run task list, please, blah, 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 you might pick up on that. But if I just simply take that plain text and convert it to hex, well, now all of my IDS systems don't see anything here that's worth worrying about. So not everything gets encrypted. Sometimes obfuscation is enough. And you'll see attackers use that technique a lot of times. So again, the answer to this question is going to tell this system what it should do. And the next set of queries are actually going to be the answers to that. So if the attacker said, run the task list command, the next set of queries that go back out are going to be the answers to what happened when it ran the task list command, what processes were seen. This all goes out through the internal resolver. So the only thing really different is the resolver is going to generate a little bit more outbound DNS traffic. Are you going to notice that? Probably not. So our standard methods for trying to find a compromised system, like, oh, let me check the firewall rules. Do I see new traffic? They fail. That isn't going to work. I need some way to analyze my DNS traffic to be able to say, is there anything weird about this that doesn't make it look the same as normal DNS traffic? That's what I want to go in and pay attention to. And there are some ways I can go about doing that. So, for example, ask yourself this question: how many fully qualified domain names does it make sense for a domain to expose to the internet? Less than 10, right? We might have, for the average company, we might have a web server, a mail server, a couple of DNS servers, maybe a customer portal. Oh, hey, look, we're still counting fingers on the same hand, right? There's not many here. So for most of those environments, it's probably going to be like 10 or less. Let's be generous and say 20 or less. Now, there are some environments out there that are huge service providers, and we all know their names, right? These four here, I don't think I have to tell anybody in this session what those companies are and what they do. You recognize all those names, right? You might actually see a couple hundred, maybe close to 1,000 queries, depending upon how big your domain is, for resources within those domains. If I take that as my normal baseline, I can now go looking for variations outside of that. So, for example, here is r-1x.com, a domain I've never heard of before. We've looked up 62,468 resource records within that domain. Does that make sense? Can you imagine a domain we've never heard of before having over 62,000 hosts exposed to the internet that we can query and then connect to? That doesn't make logical sense, right? Are they breaking the DNS protocol here? No. Is it DNS traffic over DNS? Absolutely. But they've bent it a little bit here, right? And because they've bent it, they've made it look like there's a lot of hosts that are associated with that domain. More so that makes sense. Look at this. This is Akamai, right? Biggest content delivery network in the world, the biggest provider in the world. And we queried 150 and less out of each of their subdomains. But this one's 62,000. Oh, that doesn't make any logical sense at all, does it? Let's see. Got a question. Also, for those running Active Directory, all workstations should be using internal authoritative DNS and not contacting DNS servers out on the internet. So, Eric, I agree. There are folks that use like OpenDNS to go through and try and screen for known to be malicious sites. And I see folks do that. And I don't have a problem with it. I don't think it's very helpful, but you can do that. But if we're monitoring at the perimeter, if it's going through a resolver, we're going to see the resolver, right? Let me back up again here for a second. Actually, this is a great question. So let's say we're looking at firewall logs, right? And we're looking at, and we want to see who's talking to what. Well, this compromised system, all we're going to see is the traffic coming out of the resolver. Now, if we have Zeke plugged in here as well, and we see, oh, hey, this looks weird. Well, now what we see is the source of it looking weird is here because we're plugged in right on the internal interface of the firewall. So now we need a way to be able to trace it back to the actual host that did it. Well, that's not that hard. You could run Enrp and say, hey, I want to see who's sending queries for evil.com. And Enrp will happily show you that very quickly. So it's one minor tool would need to run on the resolver to figure it out. That's it. If the system did happen to be doing direct queries out to the internet, though, we would actually see the host that's responsible for that immediately. So good idea, bad idea? I agree with you. I think it's a good idea to run internal resolvers. Not every environment does that. So, and reasons. Have local DNS forwarders to open DNS for resolving? Yep, you could do that too. Absolutely. You could say, hey, I'm going to run internal resolvers, and they're going to forward all their queries to open DNS, and you could do it that way as well. Absolutely. Awesome. So here's our first clue. It looks like there's more hosts here than there actually should be. Another check we can do is we can look at utilization, right? So we said Akka DNS, we looked up 125 resource records in that domain. One of the things we can do is we can look at what were those resources and did anybody contact any of those resources, right? Did they use it? So we looked up 125 unique resource records. And over here, what this is telling me is 13 of my internal systems connected multiple times to one or more of those 125 resource records. Well, this is how we expect DNS to work, right? Somebody types a name in the browser. Browser says, I can't get to names. I need an IP address. Hey, DNS, help me out here. DNS goes through and resolves that to an IP address. We go through and we connect to that IP address. That's how DNS is supposed to work. If I go back and look at my first entry, though, we resolved 62,468 resource records, but the only system that ever talks to that domain is the one actually doing the DNS queries. None of my users needed to access anything. Well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? Right? Why would we be doing all these lookups if nobody actually needs to access any of those resources? So again, they're not breaking DNS, but they're bending it. And they're bending it in a way that if we understand how this traffic should work, the way it's actually communicating sticks out like a sore thumb as being abnormal. So that's something we can clue in on as well. The other thing you can look for are things like odd user agent strings. So for example, here, so this is http.log is the log file where Zeke logs all HTTP connections. Zeke has one main log file. It's the con.log file. And a summary information about every connection it sees gets recorded into con.log. But what Zeke will then do is it will say what application was running through that connection. And it will break out those connections based on the service that was being accessed. So for example, if the connection was for HTTP, I'm going to put additional information in the http.log file. If it was DNS traffic, that goes into dns.log. HTTPS, that goes into, you guessed it, SSL.log. Aha, almost got you on that one. But you get the idea. We're going to record some application information with it as well. So Zcutter allows me to extract certain pieces of information out of that log file based on the titles that are given to each of the columns of information. This describes the source IP address. This describes the destination IP address. This describes the user agent string. So what I'm doing is I'm saying, hey, Zeke, show me the source IP, the destination IP, and the user agent string for all the connections in the http.log file. And then I'm saying, throw everything away except for the ones associated with this IP address. So what I'm effectively doing is I'm saying I want to focus on the user agent strings being used by this one system. Then I'm sorting it. I'm putting it through unique. So I'm saying only show me unique agent strings between IP connection pairs. And then I'm saying get rid of the destination IP because I don't care about that anymore. And then I'm going to sort it and I'm going to unique see this is going to count it and then sort it from highest to lowest. So what is this doing? This is showing me how many unique IP addresses did I use a specific user agent string to communicate with. So in other words, this system for 15 different hosts out on the internet, it used this user agent string. For 12 different IP addresses out on the internet, it used this user agent string. For one IP address out on the internet, it used this user agent string. Well, think about this. These two are clearly a Windows 10 system, right? Oh, wait. Windows NT 5.2? That's Windows XP. Huh? So we're normally a Windows 10 system, but sometimes going to be Windows XP? No, we're not. That systems don't go psychotic like that. Now, there is an edge case. We could have someone running a Windows XP VM, and they're using it to connect to some specific resource out on the internet. That's a possibility, but it's an edge case. Most people don't do that, right? Maybe a security researcher, right? If that's who's at this source. But if this is sales, no. So what's going on here? Remember that the compromised system needs to call out to the command and control server and say, hi, I'm here, I'm compromised. Do you have anything for me to do? What better way to do that than to code it into a user agent string that won't be seen by any legitimate system connecting to that web server? In other words, I connect to the web server, I use my normal Chrome user agent string, And the command and control server says, you're not a compromised system. I'm not going to give you marching orders. But when it sees this string, it knows, you're compromised. Yeah, you're someone I need to go in and pay attention to. So again, it's bending they're not breaking the rules. There's still a user agent string included in the HTTP header, but they're bending the rules. It has no association with the actual system itself. You can do the same thing with SSL TLS sessions. If you use JA3, this new version out called JA4, although the database hasn't really been populated in that one yet. But what that does is that makes a hash of the security protocols the system tries to negotiate as part of a TLS session. So I'm a client, right? I want to connect to a secure web server through TCP 3-packet handshake. And then the first thing I do as the client is I send an SSL hello packet, right? That's what it's called all the time. Doesn't matter if it's going to be a TLS session or not. I always call it an SSL hello packet. And my SSL hello packet identifies what do I want to do for setting up a secure channel over an insecure medium? What do I want to do to authenticate every packet as it goes by? What do I want to do to secure the data as it flows by? So there's a bunch of different security parameters that needs to get negotiated. Hey, I can do AES 256. I can do AES 512. What about you, server? And what the server will do is it will look at that negotiation packet and say, okay, you say you can do AES 256 and AES 512. I also support AES 512. That's the highest common denominator between the two. We'll use AES 512 in order to protect data as it goes back and forth. So it's part of that negotiation. Well, that SSL hello packet, I can hash it, and that will identify what parameters were negotiated in what order, and it's going to generate a unique hash value. So now I can go in and I can look at when am I seeing a hash value that doesn't make sense for this system. So it's effectively the same thing we were doing here, only it's using hashes of the certificate. Now, once we're done going through the protocol, the next thing we want to go in and take a look at is the internal system. And what we do here really depends upon, wow, I just saw somebody write Novell NetWare 3.4. Yeah, I think Novell NetWare 3.1 was where I got started. 3.4 was an upgrade, but yeah, okay, let's not go there right now. What I have available for the internal system depends on my environment, right? Some of us plug these systems in and just go, in which case we're not going to have much of anything. We might have some DHCP records that might be helpful, maybe not. We might have some sort of endpoint software on there that'll give us some additional information. This really comes down to the environment you're in. But once we have that context of, hey, there's some persistency here we need to run down, having some decent tools on the endpoint can really pay off at this point here. And, leverage internal logging if you haven't. So like I said, I don't think SIM is dead. I don't think it's useless, but I think it's better in this context where, hey, we've identified something suspicious. Now we have some context to work with to analyze what's actually going on in that internal system. And Sysmon is a great tool for that. So this tends to get overused a lot. Like, if you roll out like Security Onion, there's like 25 IDs that are getting tagged. Oh, no, it's not 25. Sorry, it's like 8 or 10. It's like 8 or 10 event IDs that it wants to record off the top. And you end up with a crap load of noise because of that, because you're looking at things that like really don't matter until you know you're actually in a compromised state. It's not necessarily going to help you figure out you're compromised, but it might be nice to know once you know you are compromised, but you're trying to collect everything all at once. Well, think about that, right? So let's say we figure out a box has been whacked. What are we going to do? It's usually going to be one of two things. Possibility number one, nuke it and give them a new system, right? In which case, what does it matter? We're not going to do the investigation work anyway. Why'd we collect all this data? Who cares? We're just throwing the box away anyway. Or possibility number two, we're going to go into full incident response mode, and we're going to go down the rabbit hole, which is going to include full forensics, which would give us all this information anyway. So we're kind of collecting all this stuff for no reason, which is probably not the best idea. But one of the things you can do with Sysmon is these event ID3s. What applications are talking on the network? Who are they talking to using what ports? And that's something I can go back and I can map through. And here's another great example, right? So I'm connecting from this IP to that IP all day long, and it's Notepad creating the connection. Well, if I just tried to hunt in my SIM and I saw somebody ran Notepad, I wouldn't think twice about that. But again, here we have context. The context is, hey, this app is being used to connect to this host out on the internet. Notepad doesn't normally do that. Maybe that's not the Notepad we think it is. Oh, we're going to have a really bad day, probably a bad week, maybe a bad month. The system's in a compromised state. Awesome. All right. With that said, it's the top of the hour. So let's go through, take a quick break. We will pick back up again 10 minutes from now. And we are back. So when we left, we were talking about the importance of having some of this stuff set up ahead of time. And I said that, when it comes to my endpoints, what data do I want to collect? Because I honestly feel like we collect too much. That we try and collect everything, and then we don't use most of it. And that slows down processing on the system. That congests our network because we have more log information we're transmitting. It makes our SIM run slower because there's more data getting stored. It makes our queries run slower. And a lot of it's stuff we just never use. So when you look at what do I really need from my endpoints, it's what applications are talking on the network. And like I said, it helps to solve problems like this. I've got an internal system calling out to the internet. It's doing it in a persistent fashion. And now I get to see Notepad as what's doing that. Well, I know Notepad isn't going to be doing that. Notepad doesn't talk on the network. So I know that's not the Notepad I think it is. So again, if I was trying to hunt my SIM, I'd see someone ran Notepad and I wouldn't care. But in this context, knowing that it's causing connections to take place to an external host, oh, I know this is something I need to freak out about. That box is definitely whacked. It's definitely in bad shape. What's really, 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 really cool about this is it makes it dead simple to find hidden processes. So for any of you who have done forensics, when I said the statement, find a hidden process, I'm sure you got a shiver, because I do too. Because finding hidden processes is hard, right? Let's say we've got a really advanced attacker that knows how to hide their processes on the system. How do you figure that out? Well, I've got to do a full forensic analysis of that system. I got to take that system offline. I've got to go through and make a forensic image of what's in RAM. I've got to hope that this attacker, who's smart enough to know how to hide their processes, is not smart enough to monitor for sequential memory reads to figure out that that means that you're imaging RAM, in which case they take their malicious code, swap it to disk, wait till that process ends, swap it back up into RAM again. Yeah, I've seen that before. Good luck catching them. They're really good. Doing this as a forensic process is hard. Here's how, as a junior analyst, you can find hidden processes running on a machine 100% every time. Here's what you do. Right? So imagine we saw our internal system is talking to this host out on the internet and there's all this traffic going by. And we said, that looks suspicious. I'm going to go jump into my Sysmon type 3 data and see what application is responsible for making those connections. And rather than seeing something like this, I get into the screen and it's blank. There's no data here. There's one of two possibilities. Either I don't have Sysmon running on this endpoint, or I've got a very advanced adversary. Which one is it? Oh, it's real easy to figure out. This was the result of a query statement that said, during this specified time frame, show me all connections between this IP to that IP. So it's going to be an AND statement. I'm looking for this IP and that IP. Here's what I do. I go to that query statement. I delete the AND portion. So what I'm querying out of the system is show me all applications running on this host that made a connection during that time interval. And when I do that, one of two things are going to happen. I'm either going to A, still see nothing, which means, yep, Sysmon's not running on that box, or B, I'm going to see about 1,000 different things get listed under here. I'm going to see applications making connections to port 80, to port 443. I'm going to see all this activity take place. Well, wait a minute. Now it's a logic problem, right? Why is it I can't see the application connecting to this system, but I can see all the other applications talking everywhere else? The only logical conclusion, it's a hidden process. That's why I can't find it. Tell me you can't create a run book for a junior analyst to find this, right? Tell me you can't create a run book for a junior analyst to say, go to this screen. If nothing's here, delete the and statement. If you still see nothing, tell IT to install Sysmon on this box. If you now see a bunch of applications, run screaming and grab a senior person. We're going to have a really bad day. How hard would it be to create that run book? Not that hard, right? This is one of the things I love about this process is that by starting into the network and pivoting from there, it cleans up a lot of these issues that we've struggled with for years. But I have no system logs. Yeah, that was one of the questions. When do I do this? Yeah, you want to get this done ahead of time if you can. You want to have them if you can. If you don't, hey, you got what you got and you work with what you got. But in an ideal world, yeah, you'd want something there to be able to work with. So what next? Well, at this point, we need to be able to do that binary choice, right? 0 or 1. Is it safe? Is it not? Do I need to go to incident response mode? If I don't have an answer, then I need to come up with additional steps to come to that answer. Maybe I need to do additional data collection. Hey, I've been using Zeke to collect this data and I'm still not able to solve this. So maybe I'll create some PCAPs. Or, hey, we didn't, we can't tell what application is creating this connection. We shouldn't be doing anything on that system because that'll trip off an attacker. But maybe we're at a point where we don't have a whole lot of choice. And maybe we need to, even though we're not sure it's compromised, maybe we need to go into incident response mode just in case, right? We need to be able to make a choice between that binary choice. All right, let's talk about some tools. This is one of my favorite parts, talking about the tools, what you can do with them. So CapInfos is not really a threat hunting tool. This is included with Wireshark and T-Shark. Right, so T-Shark is the command line version of Wireshark. If you're not familiar with T-Shark, don't worry, you will be by the end of this class. It's an awesome tool. There's things you can do with T-Shark that you can't do with Wireshark, even though they're based on the same code. It's a very cool tool to work with. But one of the things they include is CapInfos. CapInfos is just great for creating a summary of a PCAP that you might want to go through and analyze. So for example, CapInfos is telling me that this file is captured over a time period of 86,291 seconds. 86,400 seconds is a full 24 hours. Down here, it's showing me when was the first packet, when was the last packet, and you can see that's about a 24-hour window. So now I know I've got 24 hours worth of data to look for, to work with. I can go in and look for long connections. I can go through and do a full hunt on this. Now, what if I did this and it told me, oh, it has 3,600 seconds in there? Well, that's only an hour. It's not going to be worth looking for any long connections now, right? Because we only got an hour to work with. And we said our threshold was about 5.5 hours, 20,000 seconds. We don't have that many. So long connections, skip all that. We can't do anything. We can go in and look for beacons, and that's it. In our beacon analysis, we may want to be a little bit more stringent because we know we have a shorter time period to work with. In other words, beacon, for me, I want to see like 20 connections or more take place over a 24-hour period of time. 20 connections or more means they're connecting at least once per hour. That's what I kind of go in and go looking for. So I'm looking for a connection per hour. Well, I only got an hour's worth of data to work with here. So what do I do? Well, I might drop my threshold a little bit and say, okay, well, normally I might look for 20 connections in an hour. I'm going to look for a little bit less, try and deal with it that way. TCP dump is an old tool. I don't see a lot of folks using it as much anymore, but one of the reasons I like to cover it is because it's on everything. It literally runs on everything. Like we were talking about, oh, hey, if you run an ARM on a Mac, you're out of luck with running, running the VMs. Well, yeah, but you're still going to have TCP dump. That is one tool that gets ported to everything. It isn't available by default on Windows, but there is a Windows equivalent called WinDump that you can go through and use. What I like about TCP dump is it's very lightweight. It's great for creating capture files. It's great for parsing data really quickly. If I know that, let's say I have like a 24-hour PCAP, and as I'm looking through it, I see a connection pair that looks kind of interesting to me. I can use TCP dump to say, hey, read that first PCAP, filter traffic based on this source and this destination IP address, and then write that information out to a new PCAP. And now I have a much smaller PCAP to work with that just has the data that I'm interested in. So it's great for stuff like that. It's not very flexible as far as like what data you can present. It's got a little bit of variation you can change, but not much. But it is a very nice lightweight tool. This down the bottom is a little script you can run that will go through and generate a new PCAP at the top of each hour. And it will give it a date timestamp based on the hour when this data collection took place. So if you want to create full PCAP files off of all the traffic on your network, this would be an easy way to go in and do that. I've mentioned T-Shark. T-Shark, as I said, is the command line equivalent of Wireshark. One of the really cool things you can do with T-Shark is you can go in and you can tell it, only show me this data. It'll print a summary of what it sees by default, and its summary looks a little different than what you get with TCP dump. Some like one versus the other better. Hey, tomato, tomato, whatever works for you is cool by me. But what's really cool with T-Shark is I can say, don't print out that default summary like you normally would. So here I'm saying, T-Shark, read this PCAP file, and -T fields, I only want you to print out specific fields. The field I want you to print out is the DNS query name. What was the user trying to look up? And I'm going to limit this traffic to UDP port 53 only. And then this says, hey, just print out the first 10 lines worth of output. And notice what comes back. So here are all my DNS queries that were taking place. So I can go in and I can zoom in on a specific field or a specific set of fields if I want to do that. And what's nice about this is once you've done that, this opens it up to further manipulation. So for example, if I look at this, these don't look like host names would normally choose, does it? These aren't like human, it's not like www. It's something else going on here. If I look at the characters being used, I've got numeric characters and I've got letters all the way up to the letter F. That looks like hex. So one of the things I might want to do is say, hey, I want to convert this hex to ASCII to see if there's any discernible patterns in there that I might be able to pick up on. Well, to do that, I need to cut off this host name from the rest of this. Well, now that I've printed this out like this, I could run this through cut and I could tell cut, hey, grab everything before the period and then write that out to this text file. And now I can take that text file and convert the hex into ASCII. And now I've got a pretty good idea of what's getting passed back and forth on each of these lines. So and that's something you can't do with Wireshark, at least not easily. So again, there's some things you can do with T-Shark that you can't do with Wireshark. It's pretty cool. Here's a similar example to the one we looked at with Zeke earlier, where we're just going in and we're extracting out user agent strings. And we're looking at how often the user agent strings are being used. Wireshark, everybody's probably familiar with this one, or most of you are. By the way, there was a question a little bit earlier about, hey, the DNS stuff, I'm not really up to speed on this and the ports it uses and stuff like that. And Bill mentioned my packet decode class. So I've got it in the beginning of the slides I listed. I'm running that class, I think about less than a month from now. It's just a couple weeks out. But it's a pay what you can class. It's $25 to get in the door. If you pay more, they give you access to like the CTF and stuff like that. But for $25, you can get in. It's a 16-hour class, and I go through everything. I literally go through every single field in the IP header, the TCP header, the UDP header, the ICMP header, but I do it from a security perspective. So I don't just talk about like, oh, hey, this is that field and here's what it's used for. I'll get into, hey, here's that field and here's how attackers leverage it somehow. And here's how to see how maybe it's being misused. Or, hey, Linux handles that field differently than Windows. So here's how to tell whether that was a Windows system or a Linux system that actually transmitted that packet without having to connect to the box to figure it out that way. You can actually look at the types of packets they're sending and figure it out based on that. So I get into a lot of that stuff in that packet decode class. So if you haven't done packet decoding and want to get into it, I try to make that class a really good place to start. But Wireshark is the tool most people are used to. It's got 3 panes by default. My top pane is a summary of what's taking place. My middle pane shows me every field in all of my IP headers. That's not just the IP header, but the TCP header as well. It'll even show you like the Ethernet header, stuff like that. And then my bottom is what's in the payload, what's going on there. This is a very useful tool for going in and doing decoding. I don't like it as a first run tool for threat hunting, though, right? With threat hunting, we're looking for things like, hey, you're sending a lot of traffic to that host on a very repeated interval. It's hard to find that information within Wireshark. So what I'll typically do is I'll start with Zeke or maybe T-Shark, and I'll work at the command line, and I'll figure out, hey, these connection pairs look interesting. And now what I may do is siphon off that data, right? So I talked about use -R to read one PCAP, -W to write another, extract out the pattern I think is interesting, load that into Wireshark. And now I may use Wireshark at that point there. I've mentioned Zeke a lot. So like I said, this is not an intrusion detection system. This is a network reporter. It's going to give you everything. The way Zeke typically works is it goes through, watches the traffic that goes by, and then once an hour, it'll dump that all down to files. And the files will have names that identify the date time that they were actually created. So now I have a running history of what's taking place on my network. This makes it a whole lot easier to go through and do reviews. And again, you're getting everything. So unlike an IDS, which may miss something if it doesn't have a predefined signature to look for that pattern, you know it's going to be there with Zeke. And I mentioned Zcutter. So there are lots of tools that'll process Zeke logs and do some cool stuff with it. We'll look at Rita, we'll look at AC Hunter later, which takes Zeke logs and goes in for you to see, is there any connection persistency here you need to worry about? That way it doesn't have to be a manual process for you. The tool's going to do it for you. But sometimes you want to go in and work with the Zeke logs directly. And when you do, having the ability to extract out fields, makes it easy to be able to go in and kind of look for certain patterns. So for example, what I'm doing here is I'm looking at the SSL.log file. I'm pulling out the source IP, the destination IP, the destination port, and the validation status of the digital certificate. So what I'm looking for is that server that this client just talked to, the digital certificate on that server, is it valid or not? And what Zeke will do is it will use the certificate store on the local system, so on that Linux box, to validate the digital certificate that was passed across the wire to see if it was valid or not. And you can see in this case here, I'm looking specifically for self-signed certificates. So it's showing me all the hosts that are talking to somebody where the digital certificate was self-signed. The timestamp is an epoch format. So it's that number of seconds since the beginning of 1970, right? That's what it's counting off. Same as all Linux and Unix systems. That's not always easy for people to read. -D with Zcutter will convert that into a format that's a little bit easier for humans to read. However, you lose resolution. So this plus here, this is the time zone. So this is all reference to GMT. But you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's logging the first 5 is all happening at exactly the same time, within the same second. Well, if I go up here and look at my first 5, I can see, well, no, there's some granular difference in the timing. So epoch will give you better timing granularity, but human readable sometimes is a little bit easier for us to read. Zcutter is a tool that Bill created. This is an awesome tool. So Zeke will record logs in CSV format, which is basically columns separated by spaces, or it will save in JSON format. And a lot of people like to use JSON format because that makes it human readable. The problem is Zcutter doesn't work with JSON format. It only works with CSV format. Well, Zcutter works with both. And in fact, you could give it both at the same time if you had that for some reason. So if I had like a con.log file that was in CSV format and an SSL.log file that was in JSON format, Zcutter says, sure, I'll handle both, no big deal. So this is kind of a cool tool. Passer is another tool that Bill created. If you have nothing on your internal network, if we talked about if you're like just deploying systems and calling it done, this is probably your best first step. What Passer does is Passer sits in the background, watches who's communicating with who, and starts recording information about all of your endpoints. So, for example, it'll tell you what ports are open based on who's being able to successfully talk to those ports. It'll go through and it'll identify how those systems might be identifying themselves. So, if I see a beacon's going out and it's coming from a system and I don't know what that system is, I might be able to go into the Passer data and identify what operating system was it and what ports might be open on that system and who else is that system talking to and things of that nature. Bill is a very clever tool maker. Yes, I will absolutely 100% agree with that. So so for the folks who don't know this, Bill's official title at Active Countermeasures, and yes, he has business cards with this on it, is Master of Shitty Little Shell Scripts. And he is absolutely that. Anytime we need something automated, anytime we need something cool, Bill's the guy who comes up with it, like Passer, like Zcutter. So go back in our history. Bill and I were working for this company that we needed to declare whatever applications we've written that weren't going to be able to be claimable by the company because they were made before, we went to work for the company, because it was one of these draconian companies that felt like they own every friggin' thought that comes out of your head, regardless of when it happened. And they had a form that you needed to fill out to declare all these applications. I think they gave up on Bill. Bill had like 1,000 or over 1,000. I think once he got over 1,000, they were like, F it. It's not even worth it anymore. So yeah, Bill creates 1,007. Awesome. Speaking of Bill had a hand in this tool here. So Smudge is another tool we have. So back in the day, Smudge was, P0F was a tool that did passive fingerprinting. So the idea was you could run P0F, it would watch communications on your network, and it would identify the operating system that transmitted those packets. It did it by analyzing the TCP header and looking for certain field values that were slightly different within the different operating systems. But P0F hasn't been maintained in like 20 years. And we didn't have a new tool that does that. So Bill was involved with creating Smudge. So as you can see, Smudge will go through and it'll look at the characteristics in that packet and identify what it is. And one of the things that were kind of cool was that we made this huge database to be able to ID stuff, like not just operating systems, but like tablets and cell phones. Like if it's running Android version 3, it will be able to figure that out. So it's got a nicely populated database to be able to go through and find this stuff. Let's see, Eric said, I'd love to sit down for a beverage and or a meal. My knowledge would increase so much via osmosis. So yeah, so for Bill and I, it's usually Italian food. Some of the biggest problems we tend to solve tends to be over an Italian dinner. Go figure. Enrp. I mentioned this tool a little bit earlier. So there's a tool called grep, G-R-E-P, and most of you might be familiar with it. Grep is a tool that I can use to search a file for a particular text pattern. So I could say, hey, grep 192.168.1.1 in this particular file, and every line that has that IP address in it, it's going to print out that line. Enrp is similar, but it works on the payload of packets as they go by. So I could go in with Enrp and I could say, so we were talking about that domain, r-1x.com. And we said, hey, if what we're seeing is traffic coming from the resolver, we don't know the actual client that's formulating those DNS queries. How could we figure it out? Well, you could go to the resolver, you could run Enrp, and you could say, hey, Enrp, look for r-1x.com and the payload of all the packets that goes by. And now as those DNS queries come in, we would see what client is actually sending it to the local resolver. Now we know what client we need to go in and address. So being able to go in and hit on the payload is really cool. In this example here, I'm looking for the character string admin, and it is case sensitive unless you tell it otherwise. But notice it pops up and says, okay, I'm going to read that PCAP you gave me, and I'm going to match on admin, and hey, here's admin in this packet. Here is admin in this packet. So it'll print out any packets that have that string associated with it. Rita is our open source tool that's designed to help you identify connection persistency. We talked about, oh, hey, you want to group them per hour to look for things, and you got to worry about jitter and blah 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 blah. So we have about 30 patterns around the way that we go through and we do beacon analysis, and we registered the patterns not because, hey, it's ours, f you, everybody, go away. We registered the patents because it allowed us to release it through an open source tool and give everyone access to using it. So with Rita, you get the same level of, with Rita and with AC Hunter Community Edition, you get the same detection capability that is built into the enterprise software, which is kind of fun. In fact, one of the things we made a choice of is AC Hunter is basically a graphical interface for Rita. It has some additional functionality to it that Rita doesn't have, but the initial processing of the data, that's Rita. And we did that because for anyone who's done this before, where you have a commercial product and then you spin off an open source product, you probably know the open source product ends up getting ignored, right? Because hey, got to keep making salaries. Everybody's going to get paid. So you tend to focus more on the tool that's going to make you money. Well, I've been there. I've seen that. I didn't want that to happen with an ACM. So what we did is we said, okay, Rita is going to be the main processing engine that we use. And by doing that, Rita is always going to stay up to date with our latest and greatest stuff. But it's a command line tool. So for example, here I'm saying, hey, Rita, I want you to show me the beacons in this data set here, lab 1. So the way you use Rita is you import your Zeke logs into Rita. And then once you do that, you go through and you give a descriptive name to that data set that you just pulled in. In this case here, we decided to name it lab 1. And then Rita will go through and do an analysis on those Zeke logs, and it'll give me back some information to help identify what systems are worth going in and paying further attention to. So for example, this first left-hand column, this is a score. This is a persistency score for that system. So 1 means we're 100% certain this is connection persistency, and you need to pay attention to this. There needs to be a legitimate business need behind it. Here we're saying we're 83.8% certain. This is something you need to pay attention to. Basically, anything above 0.8, you probably want to take a look at, make sure there's business need behind it. But we'll identify the score. Where was the traffic coming from? Where was the traffic going to? How many connections took place? So if I look at this first line, there were 20,000 connections that took place. Ooh, that's a lot over a 24-hour period of time. That's probably going to be worth going in and taking a look at. We then go in and we look at how much data was getting transferred back and forth. Because if you see in large data transfers, yeah, it's even more likely this is a C2 channel and there aren't currently exfiltrating data out of your network. So you probably want to jump in and do something about that right away. And then after that, all the rest of these numbers, this is actually more of an engineering thing. What I mean by that is they're not really helpful to our end users. They're more helpful to my developers. So imagine you set up a test beacon and then you try to detect it with Rita, and Rita scores it a 70, right? 70%. And you say, hey, I set up this beacon. Here's what it looked like. And Rita gave it what I think is too low of a score. The first thing we'll ask you is, hey, the first full line, copy paste that to us. If you need to obfuscate the IPs, go for it. Because what this data is going to tell my analysts is, why did we score it the way we did? And is there something that we might need to change in the way we score it? Maybe we're putting too much of a priority on analyzing the timing versus the session size. And we need to tweak those numbers a little bit to become a little bit more accurate. So it's a way to be able to go through and make constant improvements. And there's a bunch of other stuff that Rita could go in and look for. Long connections, C2 over DNS. If you've got a SOX proxy server, it'll analyze that traffic as well. So again, this is designed to go in and kind of help you identify when you've got connection persistency. AC Hunter Community Edition. So this is, like I said, Rita with a graphic front end. So the concept here is, let's make this a little bit easier for people to use that aren't confident working at the command line all the time. It also lets us pull in some additional features too. Right. So like, for example, my left-hand side here, this is all my internal systems ranked by threat score. And on the right, I'm identifying where are those score points coming from. So it makes it a little bit easier to say, oh, hey, for this system, there was a strong beacon, and that's really the biggest problem with that system. So that's what makes it worth going in and taking a look at. So it just makes it a little bit easier for you to go through and navigate through. I have two ways I can navigate into things. I can click any of these links here, or I can use the buttons at the bottom. What's the difference? If I click a button on the bottom, right, if I go to, let's say, Beacon Web, what that'll do is that will load up a screen that has analyzed all of the beacons that have taken place over HTTP or HTTPS, regardless of source or destination IP address. If I go here and I click on Beacon Web, it'll load up that same analytics screen, but it will limit it to only traffic associated with this IP address. So if I want to go in and analyze things just based on this source IP, I click here. If I want to look at everything, regardless of the source IP address, I click one of the buttons on the bottom. Does the site have instructions on how to add them to Linux, like Kali? Yes. The GitHub page has full install instructions. There's actually an install script you pull down, and that'll take care of putting everything on your system when it comes to Rita. So the beacon screen. So we've talked about this. We've talked about this. Up on the right-hand side here, this is showing me what data set I'm analyzing over what time frame. We've also got this information here, which can kind of be useful. This is telling me the destination IP address it's going to. This is telling me the fully qualified domain name that was resolved to get there. Oh, that's helpful, right? Because if I tell you, oh, hey, I saw some weird traffic going to 1.2.3.4. Yeah, so well, if I tell you it was going to update.microsoft.com, you're probably going to say, oh, yeah, we don't need to worry about that. If I tell you it was going to foo.evilbadguy.ru, you'd probably say, whoa, wait, what? Why is that happening? In other words, knowing what the user was trying to access can be super helpful in figuring things out. So that's why we go through and we print that in. We also identify the comms. Notice we're not identifying this as an SSL connection. Oh, that's suspicious. We're talking to TCP 443. That should be SSL/TLS traffic. Zeke would label that as SSL. It's not. It's saying dash. Dash means I don't know what protocol was being used. Oh, that's not a good sign. That sounds like somebody obfuscating data and throwing it out over TCP 443, thinking, hey, it's going to look all scrambled up. They won't know the difference between SSL versus my own encryption. Talked about this graph already. We looked at this one a little bit before. We talked about this graph before. So we talked about the delta time intervals. How much time has gone by between connection attempts? And I mentioned this one specifically and said, yeah, this is actually pretty random, right? They did a decent spread. Not everything is about the same. It's not like the Cobalt Strike one where, there was a clear path here of a bell curve. This looks a little bit better randomized up. We talked about, so let me go back to here. So on the right-hand side, when I'm in view one, this is a time analysis. This is how often was each different time interval seen. If I click on view two, that's a session size analysis. How often was certain session sizes seen? And we said one of the things we can extract out of our session size is, was this activated or not? So we said our biggest peak is going to be our heartbeat. This is going to be, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. And it usually, about 95% of the time, happens to be the smallest session size that we see. Why? Well, because it doesn't take much data to say, yeah, I'm here, go back to sleep type of thing. It takes a lot more data to say, show me the output from running the task list, show me the output from running the netuse command, things of that nature. I expect those session sizes to be larger. Well, notice we've got an edge case here. We've got 40-byte sessions that are smaller. What does that mean? Well, if you know anything about IP, my IP header is normally 20 bytes in size if no options are set. My TCP header is 20 bytes in size if no options are set. 20 plus 20, that's 40. So this to me says, oh, it attempted to make a connection, but the server didn't respond. The server said, go away. I don't have time for you right now. Or, hey, that service is not running, or maybe the firewall blocked it, or whatever the case may happen. Anything that's down here that's in like the 40 to 60 byte range, when I see that, that to me says, yeah, that was a failed connection. So that one was just failure attempt. This is our actual heartbeat. And then now these become C2 activation. Notice here, we've got a little bit more data being moved than the other example we looked at before. I'd call that maybe around 2000 bytes. So it's still not a big file size, but it's large enough to say, yeah, they might be running the dir command. They might be mapping out the directory structure. They may be starting to poke around on that system a little bit. Now, that blocks up at the top, I talked about how it'll show you what did they query. It'll show you what they were talking to, what's the ASN they're talking to, the target IP. If I click on this IP address, this opens up an investigation menu. Do I have it here? Yeah, no, I don't. Thought I did. This will open up an investigation menu that'll give you sites like Shodan and VirusTotal to go off and investigate this IP address that you're currently looking at. If there's a fully qualified domain name, you can click on those and you can do the same thing. So the concept is, if I'm looking at this IP and say, yeah, okay, that's nice. I'd like to know a little bit more about it. Click on the IP address when the pop-up menu opens up. Click on VirusTotal. And now you'll get to see what VirusTotal knows about that specific IP address. Got a little icon here for creating safe list entries if you want to go through and do that. And beacon web analysis, yeah, some of these screens. So like notice here, I see an IP address, a comma, and then the number 2. Here we can see the start of a fully qualified domain name and then ... Anytime you see ... that means mouse over it and you'll get more information. So we show you one part of a second IP address here, but if you want to see them all, you're going to have to mouse over it to get it. That just kind of helps us save real estate on the screen. We don't want to jam things up too much type of thing. Long connections, talked about this one already. And we're actually going to do a hands-on walkthrough together to go through a lot of this stuff. Threat intel. Okay, let's talk about threat intel a little bit. So threat intel, not a big fan. I'm not a big fan because threat intel was designed for a threat model that's different from what we deal with today. Threat intel was developed when our threat vector was little Bobby living in mommy and daddy's basement, wanting to own more systems online than his buddies who play the same online game. In other words, go back 20, 25 years ago, and the malware we were worrying about was focused on, and the attacks we were worried about were focused on mass propagation. How many systems can I compromise? That was the goal. And under that model, threat intel makes sense, right? Hey, this IP address attacked me. I'm going to tell you about it. So if you see traffic coming from that IP address, you may be getting attacked too. You should respond to this ahead of time. It's effectively the same model we used to use with the antivirus, right? I get infected with the virus. My virus vendor that I paid money to says, wow, sucks to be you, but we'll write up a virus signature and we'll protect everybody else but you now. Thank you for that signature. That's basically how IV worked for many, many, many years. And some of it still does work that way, unfortunately. But threat intel is kind of that same model. Well, that, like I said, that was great for mass propagation. Today, it's targeted attacks that are a threat vector. It is crime organizations. It is nation states that have money and backing and developers. I keep bringing up Sunburst, but one of the other things that was kind of wild about Sunburst was that some of the people who went through and reviewed the code said there was probably 100 different people that worked to develop this code. I don't have 100 developers, right? There's not 100 developers in most companies, and yet there was 100 developers working on the Sunburst code. Go figure. So yeah, nation state crime organizations, they have resources because they're in this to make money. They're not in it for ego, to own as many systems as they can. They're in it for money. So they're going to customize the malware to work against you. So they're going to do their homework. So they're going to go through job sites to see what are the skill sets are you hiring people for, right? So if you say, oh, hey, yeah, we want to hire the security analyst with Darktrace experience. Great. Now I know you're running Darktrace. Now I know whatever I do for an attack, I need to make sure I can circumvent dark trace as part of that. Oh yeah, we're looking to hire people who know how to run Carbon Black. Okay, great. Now I know you're running Carbon Black. That's a whitelisting app. That's a whitelisting security tool. That one's a little bit harder to get around. We're probably going to have to do a vendor side attack so we can get a legitimate digital certificate to sign our malware, and that way you won't trigger on. You get the idea. They're going to look at what you have. They're going to size you up. The attack they come out with you isn't going to be exactly replicated anyplace else. And the infrastructure they use to run it is also not going to be used anyplace else. So again, to know that this IP address did something bad 6 months ago, especially in like a public cloud, who cares? Probably not, it's definitely 6 months ago. That's definitely not the same system running there anymore, right? So now what you end up with is you end up with a feel-good tool that doesn't help. In other words, your threat intel sees a match on occasion and you block access to it and you feel like you've done something good. And the reality is you haven't. 6 months ago, that was a C2 server. Today, it's Bob and Jane's website, or it's Bob and Jane's pizza shop. And your employees like to order pizza before they go to lunch so that it's ready when they get there. And now their website just happened to get the same IP address that C2 server used to have. And now your threat intel software isn't letting people order pizza. Oh, good. You kept your environment safe. No one's going to spill, cheese on anything. Yay. Well, no, wait. That's not what we were trying to accomplish here, was it? So threat intel, not very useful. I did an audit of some commercial threat intel lists. And what I found was that for the commercial lists, your error rate was about 25%. In other words, about 1 out of every 4 times it went off, it was a false positive. For the open source ones, that number jumped up as high as 90. In other words, every 9 times out of 10 that it went off, it was a false positive. So threat intel tends to be an awful lot of, hey, you're chasing your tail. This really isn't helpful. Well, wait, Chris, if it stinks so bad, why is this in AC Hunter? Because I wanted to try and make it better. So here's how threat intel works in AC Hunter. So there are 2 files, one for IP addresses, one for fully qualified domain names. So whatever threat intel service you use or want to use or have to use, whatever the case may be, you simply suck down the IP addresses and the fully qualified domain names off of those lists and dump them into each of these 2 files. And what we'll do is we'll go through and we'll see if there's a match against it. And you can't do this with the community edition, but you can do this with the commercial version. One of the things you can do with the commercial version is you can set up triggers. So you can go in and you can say, hey, if a score changes on a system 10 points or more within an hour, send me an alert. I don't want to wait until my next manual threat hunt, find out there's something new creating a beacon on that system. I want to respond to it right away. And you can go through and you can do that with the enterprise version. The other thing you can do is you can go in and you kind of tweak how different things get scored. So what I recommend to customers is threat intel, score 5 points against a threat intel match, but don't alert unless you see 10 points or more. Well, wait a minute, Chris. Now we'll never see our threat intels. Yeah, you'll never see your threat intels if the only thing suspicious was that it matched the threat intel. Because when we see a threat intel match, the next thing we do is start monitoring how many bytes is leaving your client going to that server, because that can tell us whether that's actually a legitimate system that's on that threat intel list or not. Think about the example I gave, right? It used to be a C2 server. Now it's Bob and Jane's website for ordering pizza. Okay, when a client goes to order pizza, how much data is it going to send to that server? Not much, right? It's going to send its SSL hello packet. It's going to send URIs, any URIs for data that it wants to get. It's going to send its user agent string. Some credit card information is going to go up. There's not much data that's going to leave the client going to the server. Now, what comes down from the server, that can vary. That's going to depend on what you access, how big those files are. You can't really look at what the server sends to the client. But for what the client sends to the server, on average, that's going to be a very small amount of information. So what we do by default, and you can change these if you want to, is we set up a threshold. And the threshold by default is 5 megabytes. If your client sends that server 5 megabytes or less, that 5 points that got assigned is the only thing that gets assigned. You never get an alert. But if that client pushes out more than 5 megabytes of data, 5 megabytes being smaller than your average Excel spreadsheet or Word document these days, if it exceeds that 5 megabytes, we start adding in additional points. It scales up so quickly that by the time it gets to 25 megabytes leaving your environment, we've added 100 points to that system. So you'll now get an alert that says, "Hey, this system triggered threat intel, and there's the score is increased by 150 points." Yeah, now you know you need to go in and take care of that. So what's nice about this is it will actually normalize out your false positives. So taking your threat intel list, feeding them into AC Hunter, you'll chase down fewer false positives than if you just try working with your raw list. So that's why we go through and we do that. There's also a cyber deception module in there. This is kind of cool. So if you're not familiar with cyber deception, it basically uses canary tokens. So the idea is we're going to set up little tripwires in our environment that if an attacker breaks in, they're going to stumble across this, and that'll generate an alert that I know I need to pay attention to. So I can go in and I can create a token that is a user account that doesn't actually map to an existing user. And this will spit out a script that'll create this user on my domain controller that will create that user account, make them admin if I want to go through and do that or whatever I want to assign to them. It'll generate a randomized 32 character password. Okay, 32 character randomized password. Nobody's cracking that in this lifetime. So I don't have to worry about somebody forcing their way in. But then it turns on full monitoring for that account. So you'll get an alert that tells you something like, "Hey, 192.168.88.2 just tried to log in as John Doe. Just tried to log in with that account that you said no one should ever try to log in as." Well, now I know I got a rogue user, got a compromised system. I need to go pay attention to that IP address. You can create other types of tokens too, like files is a good one too. So the one I always recommend to customers is create what looks like a juicy login script in your net login share. Right. So for anybody who's done pen testing, you've probably done the same thing as me, which is once you get in and get access to a system, you need to assess the internal environment to see where the resources are. Well, if you start running Nmap to probe all the different IP addresses, they might notice that because it's pretty noisy. But what they probably won't notice is if you connect to the net login share, which permits anonymous access, which means you don't have to be logged in to get access to the net login share. But accessing the net login share is part of the login process. You can get access to all the login scripts that are on that directory. So now you go in and you just make a copy of all of those, and you go through the login scripts to see, okay, what resources getting mapped where, and now you've got a pretty good lay of the land, and you haven't generated any suspicious traffic that might get picked up by IT. Here's what you do with cyber deception. You go in and create what looks like maybe an accounting login script. And then it simply doesn't get assigned to anybody's profile. So nobody ever runs that. No one should ever touch it unless it's somebody who goes to the net login share and tries to make a copy of all the scripts in order to get a lay of the land. As soon as they do that, you get an alert telling you, "Hey, this IP address just made a copy of that login script you said no one should ever touch." Okay, now you know you get a compromised system or a user who's gone wrong. How do you deploy the resource to the endpoint? So for the ones that I've just described, there's nothing that goes on the endpoint. It actually goes on the domain controller. So it's on the domain controller that I would create that user account, or that I would go in and add, that file information to the net login share. Another utility we have within AC Hunter is Deep Dive. So Deep Dive is a tool that'll just show you everything that's going on with that particular system. So for example, I can go in and I can say, "Hey, my internal IP address, who's it talking to out on the internet?" And this will go through and show me everyone they've talked to and color code things. So anything in orange, that's where we saw suspicious traffic. Anything in white, yeah, that was probably okay. You don't need to worry about that. And we'll give you a summary of the communications between the two systems over here on the left-hand side. What's kind of cool about this is if you safe listed something, it'll still show up here. We're going to give you a complete view of everything the system did. What it's really good for is figuring out if there's other systems out there you need to be concerned about. Remember I explained that problem of why you don't want to isolate a system right away? That the attacker might own a dozen other systems that are calling out to that same C2 server. And the C2 server is configured to say, "Hey, if the primary compromised system does not call home for 10 minutes, whatever the magic number is, promote one of the other systems to be the primary conduit into that network." Remember we talked about that? How do you find those other systems? Well, Deep Dive will show you that. So I can go in with Deep Dive and I can say, okay, this IP address, this is where we're seeing the suspicious traffic. I can click on that. That'll show me I'm talking to I'm coming from this IP and I'm looking at information involved with that connection IP. See this little P button up here? If I click that, I pivot and I swap to looking at traffic that's coming from this IP address here, or that's associated with this IP address here. So so the way it is now, it's showing me my internal address talking to everybody out on the internet. But if I put in an external IP address, what I'll see is all my internal systems that are talking to that external IP. So if I'm pretty certain this system's compromised, here's its C2 server, I can simply go in here, put in the C2 server's IP address, and say who else on my internal network is talking to that. If the only thing I see is this IP, great, the scope is this one system. If I see 12 other IP addresses, okay, my scope just got a little bigger. I need to worry about those other 12 systems at the same time. I'm just going to hit this real quick before we go on to a break because I want to make sure we can come back and just jump right into it. Install process, really straightforward. We give you a couple of different options with the community edition. I like the script version because it'll install Zeke for you. It'll install some of the other open source tools that we have if you want to use those as well. Community versus enterprise. Yeah, this isn't a sales pitch. I'll let you go through this. It probably won't surprise you to know there's more functionality in the version you pay for versus the commercial or versus the free version. What we tried to do with the free version is if you think you're compromised and you need a tool now to help you figure out your problem, or if you want to run something at home, Community Edition is great for that. If you have a SOC and you're going to need to do continual threat hunting on your environment and you need some of the tools that go along with that, like real-time alerting and stuff like that, that's what the enterprise version's for. We're working on adding in a feature to add in internal zone transfers to pull in additional information for the source host. If you're, until that gets integrated in and all of that, this may be something that you may want to do automatically. In other words, you're seeing a source IP address, right? We know this source IP address was acting suspicious, but what is that system? And oh, by the way, if we're using DHCP, that might change over time. Well, if I've got an internal zone transfer set up that logs to, let's say, the same system as my Zeke system, that goes through and pulls that information down, well, now I can go through and reference that to see what host was assigned that IP address during that time period. Now that may help me kind of run things down even further. Data mesh. So data mesh is not really a tool for threat hunting. It's a tool you can use to kind of process data at the command line itself. So for example, let's say I'm looking for the duration of my connections between IP addresses. It'll actually add up numbers in a column form. So here I've got this .105 talking to .10. I've got two different entries. 104 talking to 11. I've got two different entries. Well, if I want to see the full cumulative time, I need a way to be able to line up these IP addresses in order and then add up these values. That's what data mesh can do. So if we're jumping into the command line to do this stuff, now Rita in Community Edition will do this for you automatically. So there's easier ways to do this. But sometimes in a pinch, if you don't have tools like that available, data mesh can go through and help you out. If you need to simulate a beacon, you can go through and use our tool for that. It'll shock you to learn. Bill Stearns wrote this tool. So what this is for is, hey, you've got a bunch of stuff set up to detect beacons. Does it actually work? This is a real easy way to go through and test it. So with Beacon Simulator, you go through and you just say, hey, send traffic to this IP address. And wherever that IP address is, it needs to be alive and it needs to have whatever port you want to target open. So you can target some, a web server you're running out of EC2 or something like that if you want to do it that way. But you identify what port you want to connect to, how often you want this beacon to go out, plus or minus how many seconds do you want it to jitter? Is it TCP or UDP? And you can even jitter the payload if you want to. As I said, nobody is jittering the payload yet in attacks in the wild that we've seen. But when they do, and you need a way to test it, it's already built into this tool. It's real easy to use. What if you need to send something specific on the application layer? Well, you can write up a simple little script like this. So this is just going through and this is saying, hey, I'm going to send Atari 7800 as the user agent string as part of this beacon. in case that means something. I can go through and do something like that. If I need to come up with jitter on my own, I can use the sleep function for that. I would recommend that you use shuff instead of random. Shuff is more random than random in the numbers it chooses for whatever weird reason. I don't ask me why. But with shuff, I can go through and I can say, pick a number between two values. So here I'm saying between 200 and 350, pick one value. And what that will be is that's the number of seconds this will sleep before it then goes back and runs the curl command again. So again, if you need to do beacon testing and you don't find a specific tool, a lot of times you can go through and create a tool like that for yourself pretty easily. So yeah, creating your own strips are pretty straightforward. Here's one I created called FQ. So this FQ script takes an IP address or a fully qualified domain name as input. It will search the Zeke logs in the current directory for that information. So for example, here I looked up this IP address and this is telling me, oh, that IP address showed up when somebody went looking for this C name, this fully qualified domain. And there was also a TLS connection that took place. This was the SNI information and the digital certificate was okay. Oh, that's a great way to be able to get some quick information on these IPs. And again, this is just a stupid little shell script I went through and wrote. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I ran 5 minutes over. This is our 20-minute break. So rather than coming back at 20 minutes after the top of the hour, we're going to come back at 25 minutes after the top of the hour. But when we do, we're going to jump right into doing hands-on walkthrough and then doing labs after that. So if you don't have the VM up and running, this is the time you want to make sure you do, because we're going to jump right into that when we come back. So with that said, I'm going to go on mute. I will see you at 25 minutes after the top of the hour. So we had a question that I wanted to hit before we get back into this event. How do we convince the management staff that they must allocate financial resources for threat hunting ops? Just saying that this should be done periodically doesn't seem convincing. Absolutely. So this is something I get into in my management class, which is how do you get funding? And the short answer, because it's way too long to get into as part of this, is that you need to change the way security gets perceived. Security is normally perceived as overhead. In other words, we're the equivalent of emptying the trash, right? What's emptying the trash? Emptying the trash is something that a company does because it has to, not because it wants to, or because it helps to further the business line. It's doing it because it kind of has no other choice. Otherwise, trash builds up and everything gets screwy. Security is perceived the same way. So one of your first tasks as a person in a leadership position within the security team is to change the way it gets perceived. How do you do that? You do that by aligning security with whatever the goals are of the organization. So for example, let's say we're selling a service to other businesses. Well, I would go talk to sales and I would figure out, hey, these sales calls, are there any security questions that are part of that? If so, let us take those for you. We'll answer those so that you don't need to worry about it. We'll take off some of the workload. Are there attestations that these people are looking for, right? Are we like being kept out of the bigger companies because we don't have our SOC 2, because we don't have our PCI? If so, that's something I can bring back to management. I can usually put some numbers around it. Hey, we lost a $100,000 deal because we didn't have our SOC 2 attestation. Well, that makes it pretty easy to get at least $100,000 allocated towards getting a SOC 2 attestation, right? Maybe we're doing software development, right? And one of the things you always run into with software development is the developer develops writes some code, it gets released in the product gets out to the public, and then 2 months later, 3 months later, a bug gets found. And now we got to go back to that cycle, and that developer has to get time allocated for that, which takes away from adding new features, which is something we can charge money for. We can't charge money for fixing problems. We got to add new features, but now they can't do that. And they wrote that code 3 months ago, so now they need to get back into that frame of thought. Well, if security can get involved so that as part of the code submission, security checks are getting done, you can find those problems during the development process. So now it's not, hey, this code you wrote 3 months ago, 6 months ago, someone else wrote 2 years ago has a bug. It's, hey, that code you wrote yesterday, it had a bug. Fix it this morning. Bang, done. Problem solved. So you need to change security from being overhead to being a perceived as assisting with the generation of revenue. Once you do that, it becomes a whole lot easier to get money allocated. And frameworks are a great thing to go after. Frameworks aren't perfect, but one of the nice things about frameworks is a lot of them are kind of general, right? A lot of them will say things like, oh, hey, users need to be authenticated. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean we could have a shared login that everybody uses? And so long as you know the shared login, you're okay. That's everybody's being authenticated. Does that mean everybody needs to have two-factor authentication in place? You get to make that judgment call. And how you make that judgment call depends upon how much money will get allocated for that. So if I have $5, I could choose to spend $5 on authentication, or I could say, hey, I'm going to spend $2 on that. I'm going to spend $2 on threat hunting and then $1 on something else. You get the idea. So that is so I can't give you a set of magic words to say to management to get them to allocate money towards something you think needs to be allocated. You need to do a little bit of prep work ahead of time. And like I said, this is something I do a deep dive on as part of the management class. All right. So we're going to start off doing some walkthroughs. So with the walkthroughs, I'm going to do things on my screen, and I'm going to do them at a slower pace than normal so that you can go through and you can follow along. I hate giving people tools that they've never used and saying, here, solve this problem, do this lab, right? Because you're kind of lost. You've never used the tool before. So we're going to do a walkthrough first. I'm going to show you around, so to speak. And then after you've gotten the walkthrough, we'll go through and we'll do some labs so that you can go through and kind of do this stuff for your own. Now, the labs are, let me show you this real quick. So once you log in, you'll be in home directory for the threat user. And you'll notice there's a directory under here called labs. So if I cd into the labs directory, well, the lab, not labs. Labs, it's not lab 2. I've got 3 directories under here. I go to lab 1, I got a bunch of Zeke logs. So under each of these 3 directories is going to be Zeke logs. So these Zeke logs are a recording of traffic that's been seen in different network environments. And we're not going to do it yet, but what we'll do is we'll import this data into AC Hunter, and then we'll go through and we'll do a hunt on that data to see if we can find anything interesting that's taking place. And I'll walk you through how to import that data in, but that means using AC Hunter. So what I want to do a walkthrough with you on is AC Hunter itself. So logins, just as a reminder, if you're logging in at the console, login is threat, password is hunting. The web interface for AC Hunter, threat at activecountermeasures.com, password is hunting2. Yeah, and actually I can jump out of this at this point. So when you first go into AC Hunter, when you first log in, it's going to pop up and it's going to say, hey, you need to pick a database, right? The first time you've logged in, anytime you go back, it'll just return to whatever database you were using the last time you were in the tool. But the first time in, it doesn't have that history to work with, so you got to pick one. The one I want you to pick for this walkthrough is this one here, DNSCat2-JA3. That's the one we're going to go in and we're going to play around with. And we're going to hit confirm to go through and load that database. So once we do that, the database is loaded. We're going to be in pretty good shape here. Now, you may notice that my URI, 127.001:10443, that's because I'm using the VirtualBox VM on my local system. I gave you instructions earlier in the class. Go back to the beginning of the slides and it'll walk you through. If you're working on the public servers or if you're working on VMware, this URL might look a little different to you, and that's okay. This is what we want to be in and work with. Now, when I look at this main screen, we've got a couple of things going on. We've got a list of our IP addresses on the left, ranked by score. I can go in and I can search for a specific IP address if I want to. But if I just leave it at the default, the highest score, that's the one that's going to be most likely to have a problem. That's the one I'm going to want to pay attention to first. So I can use the scores to kind of drive what do I need to go in and pay attention to. On the right-hand side, this is going to go through and break down what am I actually seeing with this system that has caused it to get the number of points that it's received. So for example, we've got a strong beacon score taking place here. So a lot of our points are coming from that. We've got a 15-hour connection that took place, so we get a couple of points on that. We had a thread intel match, so we have some points being assigned for that, but there wasn't a whole lot of data that got moved, so we didn't have any additional points added in. So this is going to go through, and this is going to kind of walk us through what's here. Now, if you're logging into the VM directly and you're working within the VM, this might not look right. In other words, you might see something that kind of looks like this if you don't have scaling turned on for your VM, right? It gives you a window you can't change the size of. If you go to your browser and play with the zoom, if you zoom in and zoom out, you can usually clean this up a little bit. So if you're having any visual problems, that may be it. And I'm actually, rather than going full screen, I'm going to just kind of drag this out because I seem to remember that Zoom likes to cut off the bottom. And I want to make sure you can see those buttons if we go through and get those. So what if I wanted to change to a different database? Well, I'd go up to settings, just simply select another database, highlight it, click confirm, and it'll load it. I'm going to keep that DNS-Cat2 JA3 database loaded for now. So that's the one we're going to go in and we're going to work with. Now, I'm going to pick the second one just for some place to start. And I'm going to go into Beacon Web. All right, so I'm going to go into the second one here. We've got a fairly high scoring beacon here. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to click on that one. And I'm just going to kind of take a look at what shows up here. So here I've got an internal IP address talking to cdn.onenote.net. So that's the fully qualified domain name that it's talking to. Here is the digital certificate for that. So it's a digital certificate that's been issued to Microsoft. Well, OneNote is a Microsoft product. So that makes perfect sense, right? Invalid certificate. Is the certificate invalid? No, it's not, which means it is actually valid. So my system is talking to OneNote.net, which is run by Microsoft with a valid digital certificate. It's an SSL connection. So let's say I know OneNote. We use that internally, right? We use Microsoft Office Suite internally. So this is one that it's actually legitimate. So I know that this is something I don't need to worry about. I don't want this to show up in future hunts. In other words, if I looked at tomorrow's data, I'd see it again. The day after that, I'd see it again. I don't want that to happen. The way I get rid of entries that I think are okay is I come up here, I click on the little filter icon, and then I can go in and I can create a safe list entry for that. There's a couple of ways I can do it. I can do it based on IP, but anytime I can, I do it by fully qualified domain name instead. Why? Well, if you look at what this is connecting to, it's connecting to a bunch of different IP addresses because it's going through a content delivery network before it gets to the server that's actually offering this service. So this could change IPs over time. So to safe list one of these IPs, it could be this, it could be something else going through it. That's not a good idea. So I want to do this by name. So when I click on my little safe list icon, I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, I want to match based on cdn.onenote.net. Now, if you have the enterprise version, I would keep these as specific as you can. And you've got unlimited safe lists to work with, so that's not a problem. If you're using the community edition, you're listed to like 50, you're limited to like 50 safe lists. So what you can do there is you can turn on enable wildcard, and you can say, I actually want a safe list. Come on, move the button. There we go. I was highlighting things here. I didn't want to do that. I want to move this little slider over so it says anything under onenote.net is now safe. Now, in an ideal world, I don't want to safe list entire domains. But since we're working with a limited number of safe lists to work with, it's a balance between what can I do and what's a good idea. I would start safe listing domains if I only have 50 safe list entries to work with maximum. Then I can go in and I can add a comment. This is just MS Office. And this was created by C. Brenton, and it was created on 2024-0412. Cool. So now I've got a comment that identifies why was this entry created, who created it, when did they create it. If I use a Jira ticketing system and I got to track all my all changes through Jira, I can reference the JIRA ticket that was responsible for this change being made here. Then I go in and I apply the safe list. And once I apply the safe list, you'll see the screen update. And when it does, that entry goes away. I'm off to my next one, which is Skype, which is another one that looks like it's probably going to be okay. Now, what if I add an entry that I should have? In other words, let's say, oh, wait, I thought that was a Microsoft product. It's actually not. I thought it said OneNote.net, and it actually said OneNote.cn or OneNotec.cn, or some variation off of the name. I need to get rid of that safe list entry. So, couple things. Every data set I review from here forward is going to apply that safe list, but we're not going to delete the data. So if I looked at tomorrow's data, it's still going to be applied. The day after that, it's still going to be applied. If I import a data set, it'll still be applied. It's always going to be there going forward. But we're still collecting the data. We're just actually not displaying it on the screen or scoring it. If you delete the entry and go back through old data sets, you will get to see what scores would have been had that safe list entry not been created. So if I go up here to my little gear icon, click on that, and then click on the Safe List tab, this will show me how many safe lists I have total. If I say View Edit, I can see the individual ones. Here's this one I just created, the OneNote. Now let's say I look at that and say, oh yeah, no, that's not what I thought. The O's are actually zeros. Somebody did a lookalike domain. I shouldn't have created this. I can go in and I can click this little X. And once I do that, that entry's gone. Now that data will be back again. And again, if I have to go back into my data sets, it'll do that. Nope, that's not the one. Back to dash. So if I go back to that second entry, go back to web, OneNote shows back up again. So let's say I created that safe list entry and I don't figure it out for 2 weeks. I can delete that safe list entry and then I can reload each of my data sets over the previous 2 weeks and see what they would have looked like had that safe list entry not been created. So it's just a way to go in and keep yourself from shooting yourself in the foot. Now, you don't need to do this, but I still have some safe list entries loaded from the last time I was using this VM. So I'm just going to nuke them all. Get rid of them all for now. And then we'll go through and we'll kind of walk through some stuff as we go through. So let's see, what else is fun? Yeah, let's take a look at something else here. So I went to, let me talk you through it. Sorry, I'm going a little too fast. So I'm on this first entry, and I'm just going to click beacon score at the top. So here I've got traffic going out to this IP address. The user was trying to get to alpha.stjameschurch.org, and that's why they were connecting to this IP. What the heck is that? That doesn't really sound like something business related, does it? So this is making me a little bit suspicious. So I want to do a little bit more investigation work. Well, one of the things I can do is I can click on the IP address and I can say, hey, VirusTotal, show me what you know about that IP address. And VirusTotal is going to come back and say, oh, hey, I don't see anything suspicious, but here are all the systems that have been associated with that in the past. Well, notice I'm not seeing the one that my user looked up. That makes me a little suspicious. And it has changed over time. So for example, one of the things you might see is an IP address that's associated with like a Microsoft.com address. And when you go through the 2 years of history, it has different names assigned, but they're all part of Microsoft.com. When I see that, that gives me the warm fuzzies. That tells me, yeah, okay, this has been managed by Microsoft the whole time. But when I see a change like this, that makes me a little bit more suspicious about what's actually going on. Now, I can also do that with the name. So I can click on alphastjameschurch.org, and I can say, yeah, let's go to VirusTotal and see what VirusTotal knows about that. So VirusTotal takes a little bit longer when it's a name versus an IP address to go through and do a search in the database. But this should have loaded up by now. Oh, you're going to love live demos. Nothing ever works the way it's supposed to when you're doing a live demo. Come on, VirusTotal. Don't let me down. Here we go. So it's telling me that, yeah, here's information about that domain. We don't have anything bad associated with it. There's been one host name that's been associated with that. So, here's information on the fully qualified domain name as well. So it isn't known as being bad right now, but this is still kind of suspicious that this is going on. Here's our time interval. So we can see there's some jitter taking place here, right? It's going off really quickly. I've got 6,242 connections that it says are at 0 seconds. That basically means that it's less than a half a second. So it's going off very quickly. And then I have even more than that are around a 1 second interval. And then you can see it does this kind of weird trailing off thing after that, which is kind of strange. That's kind of odd that's taking place. At 20,000 connections total. We're 99.9% certain we got connection persistency here. Yeah, and notice it's TCP 443. That should be getting identified as SSL, and it's not. This is one we'd probably want to run down a little bit more. Now, when we're looking at an IP address like this, notice these little red icons down the bottom. This is telling me that, yep, there's one entry on the main dashboard. There's over 100 beacons associated with the source IP, or more than 100 web beacons. There's no proxy beacons. You get the idea all the way over. So it'll tell me how many things, where I can go look for data, and how many entries will be there when I go look there. And oh, by the way, that safe list entry that you saw me create, if you're on the shared public servers, you're not going to be allowed to do that just because it's a read-only server. So you can kind of watch what I did, and it normally works, but since you're on a read-only server, it won't. But if you're on a VM, then this will work just fine for you, no problem. Let's see, what haven't we talked about yet? Oh, we haven't looked at deep dive. So I got a couple of ways I can get to deep dive. So let's say I'm looking at this and I say, yeah, I'm pretty certain the system's compromised. I want to jump into deep dive and see everything that's going on with this internal IP. Well, one of my menu options is also deep dive. So I can go through and I can select that. And then here's my deep dive view, showing me everything that this is talking to, color coded. If I hit one of my orange ones, that'll show me the communications that are going on with that. Now, let's say this was my command and control server. Let's say I'm pretty certain this is compromised. I think this is a command and control server. So I want to pivot, see who else is talking to it. So when I hit this letter P, you'll notice the screen changes. And now it's showing me, okay, that system is only talking to this one IP address internally. Cool. So if this turns out to be a compromised system, I know it's only this system. I don't have multiple systems I need to go in and worry about. I can pivot back if I need to. I can go to another one. All of these different branches. By the way, I'm using my mouse to zoom in and out different sections. Some of them are dotted, like this one. What that tells me is that if I click it and open it up, I've got ... means there's going to be some we think are suspicious. We have some that look like they're okay. So we're going to end up with a little bit of both of those showing up here. And again, if I'm thinking, oh, this might be a command and control server, I can pivot and I can see who else is talking to that system, if anyone. So deep dive allows me to be able to jump back and forth pretty quickly between the two, which is kind of fun. Let's see, what else do we want to talk about? Oh, we haven't looked at long connections. So let's talk about this one. So long connections, screen is pretty similar. Data being reported is pretty similar. The big difference is what gets shown in the view. So we were talking about with, when we're looking at beacons, the first view is a breakdown of the timing. Let's look at, this one. The first view is a breakdown of the timing. The view 2 tells me how much data was going back and forth. So we can see here out of the 20,054 connections, 20,053 of them were only 52 bytes in size. But I have one data point way out here where 104 data bytes which are transmitted. So what does that mean? Well, that means one time when this was called home and said, do you have anything for me to do? It was told, yes, this is what I want you to do. And whatever was asked of it, and whatever the answer was in return, only used up 104 bytes of data. So that to me says that was like a connection check. 100 bytes isn't much. That's just a connection check. That's not, transferring files, trying to move laterally or anything along those lines. It's none of that stuff that's going on there. So that's my view one is timing. View two is an analysis of session size. When I get into long connections, my views are different. View one gives me cumulative communication time. What that means is, let's say this IP address made a connection with that IP address once. What was the duration of that connection? That's what would show up here. But let's say this IP address connected to that IP address 10 times over the course of the day. Well, view one is the cumulative communication time. So we would actually take the time from all of those and add them up. And the reason for that is there is command and control servers that'll work that way. Metasploit tries really hard to be tricky with their C2 channel. What they do is they create a C2 channel, they hold it open for 30 minutes, they kill it, and then they immediately reestablish it again. And the reason they do that is it kind of helps that C2 channel fly under the wire. If I'm looking for thousands of connections in a day to maybe try and detect beacons, well, it's connecting every 30 minutes. It's less than 50 times a day. So if I'm looking for thousands of connections and it's doing less than 50, that's going to be down in the ground noise. I'll never catch it. I mentioned long connections. I look for 20,000 seconds, about 5.5 hours or longer. Well, this is connecting for 30 minutes, killing it, connecting for 30 minutes and killing it. 30 minutes, a lot less than 5.5 hours. Again, it's down to the ground noise. You may never see it. So what cumulative does is it adds all the connection times together. So Metasploit doing that, it's still communicating for almost 24 hours out of that full 24-hour period of time. So we'll log it as such here. So most people are going to want to work in cumulative view. But if you want to see individual connection times for some reason, you can go to view two. And view two will be the individual connection times for each of these systems. So you have the option to go through and look for both. And I talked about the state. If you see this as open, that tells you it's still an active session. If you're analyzing PCAPs, it's always going to stay closed because we just assume at the end of the PCAP, everything was kind of done anyway. Let's see, what else is fun? So up on the left here. Now, if you're on the shared servers, you won't have this. But what you will have is you'll have an entry down here for DNS. I mentioned the public servers are one minor rev behind what's on the VM. And we changed the screen a little bit. But potential C2 over DNS, what does that mean? Well, if I click on that, that'll bring me into my DNS module. So I can get there by just clicking the DNS module directly as well if I want to do that. But notice this is saying, I'm going to show you any domains where there were 1,000 unique queries or more. That's what it's going to default to. And it's showing me r-1x.com off the top. Oh, hey, that was one of our examples from a little earlier, right? We were saying, yeah, that one looked really suspicious because there was so many unique queries being done. Now, if I drop my threshold, I'm going to drop it to, let's say, 100. That'll bring in some additional data here. So one of the things that is suspect is that my big service providers that I would expect to be looking up the most amount of resources in, like Amazon, like Akamai, they're in the 100 range. This is way pegged above that, and it's a domain I don't recognize. So that was number one that makes this look super suspicious. The other was that, okay, resolved 125 unique resource records in akadns.net. I had 3 internal DNS servers doing those queries, but that resulted in 13 different systems connecting to one or more of those resources. And we said, that's normal. That's what we expect. People type in a name, DNS resolves it to an IP address. That system then turns around and connects to that IP address. This is how we expect things to work. If I go back to r-1x.com, I have one system doing DNS queries. That's the only one that ever talks to that domain. In other words, we looked up all these resources, but nobody needed these resources. Well, that doesn't make any logical sense at all. Let's see, Brian's saying the cumulative versus individual view, would they help identify if only one specific host was way more compromised than any others? To be honest, Brian, it's there more for completeness than anything else. I would spend my time here in cumulative. I don't really think I would spend a whole lot of time going here. I know I don't. It's the total amount of communication going back and forth between those systems that I care about. So the view is there because it was easy to create and somebody might want access to that. But as a matter of course, it's not something that I see folks really use. The other thing you can do too, the other thing we have in here is client signatures. I mentioned that a little bit earlier. So I can go in and I can say, what's a good one? I think 1055 200.11, I think has some interesting stuff, but let's see. No, it doesn't. This will go through and show us what user agent strings are being used by that system. And again, one of the things we may want to take a look at is if we have something that's doing some suspicious HTTP traffic, and we're seeing a user agent string that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, that may be something we might want to zoom in on. When you're in Beacon Web View, so if you click on this icon here, and then clear the search at the top, I'm just going to kind of scroll through these until I see an HTTP connection show up here. And these are all SSL so far. Here we go. We'll print out what the user agent string is. So let's say I see something with a user agent string that doesn't look right. It's identifying itself as Windows XP, Windows 7, or something I know I'm probably not running in my environment. I can go back and do a user agent analysis to see, does that system consistently use that user agent string, or is that only popping up when it's talking to this one host on the internet? That's it. Yeah, and we're not going to do anything with cyber deception today, so that's a quick rundown on those. Okay, so for the folks that are running a VM, we're going to need to import some data for you to review. So what I want you to do is open up Terminal or open up your SSH session, and I want you to go to Labs, Lab 1. So if I'm, let's say, back in the home directory, I can just say cd space / spelling matters, Chris, labs, lab 1. What did I do wrong? Oh, I know what I did. It's not an absolute path. cd space labs, lab 1. And that'll put me in that directory. Now I can type ls. There are my Zeke logs. So what I want to do is I want to go through and I want to import these Zeke logs. So I'm going to want to pull these into both Rita and AC Hunter at the same time. So remember I said Rita runs in the background behind AC Hunter. I type Rita space list and then type in my type in my user password. This will show me a list of data sets that it sees as well as AC Hunter sees. This was the data set we were just working with. So it'll see both. So anything I do in Rita automatically impacts what's going on within AC Hunter as well. So I want to import the Zeke logs that are in this current directory. So if you're on a VM, please follow along with these steps and do this with me. If you're on the shared AC Hunter instance, you can just watch what I'm doing here, make some notes. And when you do eventually download a VM, you can go through and you can do this for yourself then. But you're not going to be able to do this on the shared server. So I'm going to run a Rita command. And the Rita command I want to run is import, IMPORT. And the first thing I need to do is I need to tell it, what do I want to import? Well, I want to import all of my Zeke logs. And all my Zeke logs have a .log extension. So I'm going to say star.log. Now I could say star, and it'll check all the files in the current directory to see if they're Zeke logs, and if they are, it will import them. If it's not a Zeke log, it won't. It is smart enough to know the difference, what's a Zeke log, what's not. I like to do star.log just to ignore anything that's not a Zeke log, so it maybe will run a little bit quicker type of thing. So we want to import all of our Zeke logs. And now the next command I want to go through and run is I want to give it a name. I want to name this data set. Well, this is data coming out of the lab 1 directory. So I'm just going to name it lab 1. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste that into Discord just in case anybody needs that command. But once I do that, once I have this all set up like this, so Rita space import space star.log space lab 1, Now I hit enter. And once I hit enter, Rita goes through and starts doing its thing. So notice it found the Zeke logs up here, it imported them. This summary can kind of help drive what I want to look at as part of my analysis. So for example, it's telling me there's no proxy data to analyze. Well, now I know it's not worth going underneath the proxy module. There's nothing in there to really go in and take a look at. Exploded DNS, it found 116 entries. Okay, it's not a lot. It might be worth poking at it just to take a look, but I'm not going to expect to find anything there. There's some beacon analysis, SNI beacons, some web-based beacons that it found. It found 8 different user agent strings being used. It found some invalid digital certificates show up. So this gives me a nice little summary about what was imported as part of that data. Now that I've done that, I need to go back to AC Hunter. And if you're on the shared public server, you can do this step too now. Click on the little gear icon, and you should see a Lab 1 directory, a Lab 1 data set show up now. Now that you have it, click it, hit confirm, and it'll load up that data. There's only one source IP. This is our first time doing a lab. I wanted to keep it easier for you. So what system focus in on, that makes it a little bit easier. So what was the tool I was on before? So I was at the command line using Rita. What tool is this? This is AC Hunter, the Community Edition. So that's what we're using now. Now let's see if I missed anything. So I gave you all of this as slideware as well, so you have it as a reference. So we talked about all the labs are in the labs directory. There's lab 1, 2, 3, and we're doing lab 1 first. I talked about what you use to connect to it, depending upon if you're on the within the VM itself, whether you're using VirtualBox or VMware. Covered all of this stuff. How to open a data set, covered that. What the main screen looks like, we covered that. I talked about this. You may need to kind of play with the zoom a little bit. See, notice here I'm inside the VM itself, running the Chrome browser within the VM, and everything's kind of smushed up. So if I just play around with the zoom, that'll straighten all of that out for me. The other way to solve this is if I can make my VM full screen, that'll obviously clean it up as well. It depends on what options you have with the hypervisor that you're using. Database selection, we talked about that. Safe list entries, I talked you through how to go through and add that in. And we just used one as an example. Okay, this one's config.edge.skype.com, but the concept's the same as the OneNote example we went through and did, where we looked at that and we said, oh, this is config.edge.skype.com. We use Skype internally, so it's a legitimate business app. The valid the certificate is valid. The CN matches the name of the system. All of that looks great. So this is okay. So it's okay to go in and create a safe list entry for this one. We hit safe list. I talked about using wildcards. Safe list in progress. You may see that pop up for a little bit. Then you'll see the entry disappear. If you need to delete it, talked about click the little gear icon, go to safe list, view edit, and you can go through and delete the entry if you need to. Click the little red X on the right. And you get 50 max. Talked about that. Yeah, we talked about the investigation menus. Talked about deep dive. We covered this. We talked about how to pivot. We talked about using, when you click an IP address or a fully qualified domain name, these menus will pop up. Click an item, you can do further research that way. We didn't talk about this because we didn't run into it, but sometimes these things aren't always accurate. Meaning like virus total sometimes gets it wrong when it says something hostile when it's actually not. We looked at long connections, talked about the views, data import, we did that. We went to the lab 1 directory, and then here's that command I typed. Rita space import space start out log lab 1. We talked about how this will give me some information about what's going down. And now the lab 1 directory shows up. I said confirm and load that. And then you should see this once you do. Now, it is break time. We're going to go take a break. But when we come back, we're going to jump right into doing a lab. So the lab is going to be, I want you to go to the Beacon Web module. And I want you to find all the entries that have a score of 80 or higher. All the ones that are scoring 80 or higher, are going to have a little red square next to it or an orange. There's going to be 6 total. I want you to spend about 60 seconds looking at them to see, is this something suspicious or not? Is this something we need to worry about or not? Or is this something we could potentially safe list? Don't jump back into the Zeke logs to check anything. You should be able to figure it out just based on what's on that screen there. So it's about 3 minutes after, we'll call it 5 minutes after. Let's take a break until 15 minutes after the top of the hour. And when we come back, we'll jump right into doing this. For the folks that don't want to wait, go ahead and get started now if you want to. That's perfectly fine. But I'm going to go on mute while everybody gets a break. And at 15 after, we'll jump into this and keep going. I'll see you all in about 10 minutes. All right, we are back. So I saw a couple of comments about the steady stream of information and how quickly things are moving. And yeah, I apologize for that. We've got 6 hours. It kind of seems like a lot, but in reality, it's not. There's a lot of information to convey. So I kind of do with it what I can. As others have pointed out, hey, we make the recording. We have that available for folks. That'll get posted over the next week or so, the one that's up there right now. So if you need to get to the recording and stuff, just go to the Active Countermeasures website, go under Education, go to Threat Hunter Training, and this page always has everything you need. So it always has, at the very top, it'll have sign up for the next course that's available. This one's today's, obviously. We haven't come up with a new date yet. When we do, we'll post it here. But the registration link is for it. There's a little video that kind of shows you what the class is about, stuff like that. So if you have friends that might be interested, you can always share that link with them. But then after that, here's a copy of the course slides. Notice this has already been updated for today. That must have been Keith. Keith, you're awesome. But the slides are always here if you need those. The downloads for the labs are all here. Here's all the link buttons for the different versions that are available. And if we keep scrolling down towards the bottom, we've got the links to the shared stuff here. Here's the FAQ that's also been updated as of today. And at the very bottom is always the latest and greatest video. So February 23rd, that was the last time we ran this class. This one will get posted to this location within about a week. So what I would do is kind of make notes about if you get lost, right? Or if you feel like, wait, that came really fast, I'm not sure I fully absorbed it. Make a note of the slide number. I have slide numbers on all the slides. Just make a note of that number. And now when you go back through the video, just jump to that slide number and kind of go from there. That'll kind of get you through. So here's your first lab. So we did the Rita import at the command line. And then once we did that, we went to settings. You want to make sure you're working with the lab 1 data set. Hit confirm on that. And on the main screen, you should see this one IP address only. Once you do that, we want to go under, excuse me, we want to go under the web module. So we want to be here where it says Beacon Web. You want to click that. And you've got 6 entries here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is the 6th one that have scores of 80% or higher. I want you to go in, take a quick look at these 6 and figure out, is it good? Is it evil? What's your initial impression? That's all we're looking for right off the bat. So go through and hit that. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to work on this. I'm going to go on mute, but I am still here. I will be in Discord if you have any questions. Just at me so I know that you've got a question and it's not just general banter, and I'll go through and I'll give you an answer. So I'm going to go on mute for just the next couple of minutes. Okay, we're still on lab time, but there was a question that I think it's a little bit easier if I just show it rather than try and type it out into Discord. Someone, when they go into Beacon View, has a slightly different view that they're seeing. So first thing I want you to confirm is that you have this IP address is the only IP, which based on Brot's, I guess is the username, is probably what you have. But what they're seeing is when they go to Beacon Web, it looks like they're maybe seeing like from here down, and that's it. Here's what I want you to do. If you don't see the same list that I have, go up here to the setting, go up here to the gear icon, go to settings, go to safe lists, and then look at manage safe lists down here. If you see a little red number, you've got safe list entries created, and that may be blocking you from seeing the entries that I have you going through and reviewing now. If there's a number here, click on delete all. If delete all is grayed out like this, you're going to be in good shape. But I got a feeling you get some safe list entries that are created, and that's why you're not seeing it. Or you possibly loaded a different data set. In other words, when we loaded up the data set, we were in the lab 1 directory. You possibly could have been in like the lab 2 or lab 3 directory and imported the incorrect data set. That may be a possibility too. Okay, just trying to give some troubleshooting help. I'm going to go back on mute. I'll give you a little bit more time to work through this. Okay, let's kind of talk through this one, because first lab, don't want to leave people hanging, let people get frustrated. As I said, make sure you get the right database loaded, make sure you imported the correct stuff. Also with these labs, the way I do labs is I present the problem. Here's the problem I want you to solve. The problem is, hey, go through these first 6 entries and decide whether you think they're suspicious or not. After the lab slide, I always do a hint slide. So if this is your first time doing this and you're like, yeah, I'm not even sure where to begin, you may want to go take a look at the hints. I'm not going to give you the answers in the hints, but I'll give you some guidance on what you want to do moving forward. After that, I'll give you the answers, and that'll start walking you through, okay, this is something that may be worth going in and taking a look at. Or excuse me, this is something that if you go through the hints and you're still stuck, you can go take a look at the answers and see how I derived them and start working back there. So let's work through these. So we wanted to go to Beacon Web, and we wanted to take a look at our first 6 entries. Now, one of the recommendations I gave you is that if you look at something and it's obvious right away, great. If it's not, in other words, if you spend a minute looking at it and you're kind of stuck, just make a note of it and come back to it later. I like to go after what's called the low-hanging fruit first. Low-hanging fruit first is the easy ones. So let's take a look at this first one. So we've got a connection going out to this 104 address out on the internet. This is kind of odd. See where it says HTTP servers? It's got an IP address in here, both of these. That should be a fully qualified domain name. We should see the name of the server that we were trying to connect to. If I look at the second entry, yeah, see? Oh, that's a fully qualified domain name. That's a fully qualified domain name. What this says, the reason this is coming up like this is because the host parameter in the HTTP header was identifying an IP address. And that's not supposed to happen. That host parameter is used for virtual servers. So let's say I've got an Apache web server running. I might actually have 50 different web servers running on that one single Apache server. Well, they're all using the same IP address. So when traffic comes in, how does Apache know which one of the 50 you actually wanted to talk to? And the answer is the host parameter. One will say www.example.com. Another one might say www.foobar.com. And based on that name, Apache knows which virtual server to send your traffic to. Well, this is going to an IP address. That shouldn't be happening. So this one right off the bat looks kind of suspicious to me. Going to this IP address, it's going to port 80. It is actually HTTP traffic. If I look at the user agent string, oh, it's a Windows 7 box running Java version 1.7. Yes, I'm sure Java version 1.7 is not vulnerable to anything. Because as we all know, Java never has any security problems. Windows 7? That doesn't sound right to me. Consistent connection throughout the course of the day. Maybe a little bit of jitter taking place here. 3,000 connections. Oh, this first one, I'm suspicious. I'll come back. I'm going to come back to this one later because this one right off the bat has kind of hit me suspicious. So let's look at our second line entry. Our second line entry is going to array56.prod.do.dsp.mp.microsoft.com. Okay, it's traffic going to a Microsoft address. Let's look at the digital certificate. The digital certificate has been assigned to star.prod.do.dsp.mp.com. So what that tells me is we've got multiple systems using the same digital certificate. If this turns into a situation where I can safe list this, I'd probably use a wildcard and safe list everything above prod.do.dsp.mp.microsoft.com. The fact that this digital certificate has a wildcard tells me there's probably multiple hosts that are there. It's SSL traffic. Now look at this. Invalid certificate. Yes. What does that mean? Well, that means it's an invalid certificate. That means that when Zeke used the certificate store within Linux to validate this certificate, it couldn't identify a valid certificate authority that issued this digital certificate. That's why it's flagging it as bad. Now, this is not 100% accurate. In other words, this isn't necessarily a bum digital certificate. Here's what happened. Microsoft said, so we all know Microsoft, right? Microsoft is this small, lean startup company. Only a small number of employees. They're trying not to take venture capital anymore. They need to save every possible dollar they can. These digital certificates are expensive. I mean, what are these? Like a couple $100 to use for a couple years? I mean, they might have to fire 5 developers for a couple $100 over 3 years. So they don't want to have to spend that money and fire those developers if they don't have to. So Microsoft said, hey, I know what we'll do. I'm being sarcastic, as I think a lot of people are getting from all the laughing. Yes, I'm being sarcastic. Microsoft got this bright idea. Hey, Windows, we own that. So we own that endpoint. The server, we own that. We own that endpoint. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to self-sign our digital certificates, and we'll take the authority certificate for that and install that on the client. So the client looks at it and decides it's an okay certificate and everything's okay. In other words, rather than going through all the hassle of being a trusted third party that anybody recognizes, Microsoft said, well, we control both endpoints, so screw it. We're just going to go do this ourselves. And they did. So now Windows has a certificate while the server that signed this digital certificate in its certificate store to be able to validate, is this certificate okay? But because that's not a recognized authority, it's not installed in Linux. So when Zeke uses Linux to try and check this certificate, it says, I don't recognize that certificate authority. I don't know who they are. I'm not going to trust this digital certificate. So what do? Well, we could bitch to Microsoft, hey, spend the $300 and do this right, wah, wah, and they'll never listen. Or the other thing we could do is we could say, hey, let's take a copy of that digital certificate and install it on the certificate store on Linux, and now Linux will be able to validate this as well. So this is kind of a false positive situation here. The certificate is probably okay. We don't know for sure. It's probably okay. We probably just need to have the Microsoft certificate installed on Linux so that Linux can identify this, because Microsoft was too cheap to spend a couple $100. Yeah, that annoys the heck out of me, right? Because that's just saying, well, hey, we have the power. Screw you. No, come on, guys, do this right. Do this right. So let's pretend the certificate's okay for now. So with that in mind, this looks like a legitimate Microsoft system. So we're probably okay with this one. Go to the third entry, tileservice.weather.microsoft.com. It's TCP 80, so we don't have a digital certificate check. But the user agent string is the Wins agent on Windows 10. Windows 10 does have tile services. So yeah, this is probably a Windows 10 system that has a weather widget installed that goes out twice every hour to see what's the current weather forecast in the local area. That's what this one looks like to me. So second one looked okay. This one looks okay. Let's go to the next one. This one's way above not 80%, so we'll check this one as well. This is another prod.do with a digital certificate. It says it's invalid, but we're going to assume it's not. This one looks like it's okay too. Go to the next one. ctldl.windowsupdate.com. Now, what kind of bugs me about this one is that it's a GET request over port 80. We're checking for patches, right? Now, notice this is actually a CDN. It's getting directed to multiple IP addresses. User agent string Microsoft Crypto API. Oh, no, you're not. No, you're not. You're TCP/80. That's clear text. Who do you think you're fooling with that user agent string? I don't think so. Come on. But we're checking for patches over a clear text channel. I don't like that. Hopefully, this does just checks in over TCP/80 and then switches over to a secure channel after that. Hopefully, but maybe not. I want my patches over a secure channel. Thank you very much. I want to be able to validate a digital certificate before I trust it. And even if it does switch over, it's too late. It's already used a clear text channel where somebody could have inserted themselves in the middle and redirected us off to someplace else entirely different. And, oh, well, yeah, but Chris, then the digital certificate wouldn't check out right. Yeah, it might not. But you know what? We're already seeing that sometimes with Microsoft anyway. So now when we don't see a trusted certificate from Microsoft, we may just dismiss that. Oh, come on, guys. You can do better than this. You really can. All right, so we had that array. Yeah, I'll get off my soapbox now. So this Windows Update one, this is Windows checking for patches. This is probably going to be okay. Check our next one. We've got another array. Check our next one. We're now down below 80. And this is settings.win.data.microsoft.com. Invalid certificate, yes, but we talked about that problem. SSL, this one would probably turn out to be okay too. Well, wait, Chris, it's saying invalid certificate. I don't feel comfortable pretending it's valid, even though it's not. One of the things I could choose to go through and do is say, well, we're talking to these IP addresses. I'm going to click on one of these IP addresses, and then I'm going to click on virus total. And what can virus total tell me about it? Well, if I look at who has this been assigned to, this is all Microsoft domain stuff. So it looks like this has been controlled by Microsoft for a while. This is saying 2 out of 90 security vendors are flagging it. Maybe. Some of them are flagging a lot. Now, if this stuff actually got pulled down and it's known malware from that server, yeah, that's a problem. A lot of times what happens is you'll see a DNS server used to look something up, and all of a sudden it's flagging that DNS server is bad because some string went out to that DNS server that was known to be associated with a specific type of malware. I've seen Chrome get identified as being malicious because somebody pointed Chrome at some malware. And no, that doesn't mean Chrome's malicious. That just means it's a file transfer tool. Come on. But I could do some additional investigation work on that if I wanted to. So just to review, we have 1, looks super suspicious. We had another 5 that we look like they're okay. Let's see if I missed anything here. So yeah, the first one, we caught that. Yep, so that first one, we said we got to come back to that one later. The next one was that array one. We said that one's probably okay. Third and fourth entries, same type of thing. It's more Microsoft traffic. Fifth and sixth entries, also we said patching and that Microsoft array again. So 5 of those 6 entries look like they're probably okay. We don't want to have them show up in future hunts. So here's what I want you to do in this lab. I want you to go in and create safe list entries for them. Now, a little hint/tip. Some of these were almost the same fully qualified domain name. There's only a slight difference. You could use a wildcard and clear all of them at the same time, and that would reduce the number of safe list entries you need to use. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to go through this one, and then we'll go through and we'll cover this one together. And just as a reminder, if you're on the shared servers, I talked about going in and creating safe list entries for this. Since that's a change to the database set, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to do those on the shared servers. So anybody who's running a VM, you should be able to go in and add those safe list entries, no problem. If, however, you're running on the shared instance, you can watch me and how I do it here and see what it looks like from that, but you're not going to actually be able to go through and do that part itself, unfortunately. Okay, let's talk this one through. So we said the first one, we're a little weirded out by this one. Definitely not going to create a safe list entry for that. And again, if you're on the shared servers, you can't do this. If you're on a VM, you can. But if you're on the shared servers, you can at least see what I'm doing with it. So we looked at this one and we said, this one's going to be okay. So I went in, I'm going to go in, I'm going to click my safe list icon, and I'm going to go in and I'm going to say, I want to do a wildcard match. Now we saw there was a couple of different arrays. There was like an array 503, array 509. So rather than trying to create an individual entry for each, we're just going to slide the little slidey bar over and say anything under prod.do.dsp.microsoft.com is okay. Once we do that, we go in, we apply the safe list. And now notice when that happened, that reduced the number of entries we have up here on the left. So we still have our weird one we need to go back to later, but all the array 503 and array 506 immediately went away at the same time. Awesome. So we have less to do. So now we've got tileservice.weather.microsoft.com. So I'm going to create a safe list entry for that. Do I need a wildcard? Meh. If it was weather.tileservice.microsoft.com and I was comfortable safe listing out any widget I have installed, I might do that. But given that it's tileservice.weather.microsoft.com, I don't think there's a lot of benefit doing a wildcard here. So this one I just leave as a specific host. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to create a safe list entry for that one. Okay, that leaves us with one final entry right here. I've got CDL Windows Update.com. We said, okay, we're not happy with it using an unencrypted channel, but it is a Microsoft system. This one's okay. So I'm going to go and create a safe list entry for that. I could safe list everything under Windows Update. I'd rather not if I don't have to. The more specific I make it, the safer my safe lists are going to be. So I'm just going to leave this the way it is, create a safe list entry for it. Now, when I get to my next one, I'm down in the 70% range. There are more listed after this. I just have my cutoff set at, my threshold set at 50%. So if I drop that down to 0, I'll see some more entries show up. But like we said, it's the 80 and above we really want to make sure we take a look at. So looking at 50% and above, we'll be okay with that. So that just leaves us with this one here. We've got this one really suspect one that's taking place. So one of the things that kind of stood out for me is it says it's using a Windows 7 user agent. So one of the things I may want to do is go take a look at what's my browser to see what does it know about that user agent string. So when I click on that, right, so I just went in and I just clicked on that and then clicked what's my browser. And now I'm, of course, waiting for that to load because it seems like everything is giving me a hard time loading remotely. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to wait for it. It should go through and try and tell me what operating system is associated with that, if anything. But the other thing I can do is I come over here to client signature and I can look at what strings are being used by this particular system. Now, we only have this one IP address we're looking at, so I don't need to worry about sorting on a certain IP. But if I had multiple source systems, I could put in the IP address up here to only see the user agent strings that are associated with that host. But in this case, I don't need to worry about that. So Wicca agent was seen to one Windows address. I have crypto API 10 that I'm seeing going out to multiple systems. Wins 10 going to tile service. Microsoft delivery optimization, that's going out to a lot of different systems. But that Windows 7 agent is only going to this one IP address here. So one IP, 35 IP, so we're seeing multiple systems here that are in Wicca agent that's associated with Windows 10 or Windows 11. So this could be Windows 10, Windows 11. This is Windows 10, Windows 10, Windows 10, Windows 7. No, something's wrong there, right? Again, we said there's the edge case where someone might be running a Windows 7 in a VM and they're connecting to things that way, but maybe not. More likely not. What's probably happening is there's some tool that's connecting to this system, and this is how it identifies itself in order to indicate, hey, I'm in a compromised state. You may be able to do fun things with me. So for this one, I would be super suspicious. This is one that I kind of feel like, yeah, we've got a problem. This is a host we definitely want to dig into deeper. All right, next lab. I want you to go to long connections, and I want you to take a look at anything that has a connection time that's running more than, let's say, 5.5 hours. Let me give you a couple of minutes, and then we'll go through and we'll talk about this one. So you're in. So all I did was I went from the dashboard to the long connection screen. I'm looking at everything that's here, and we're going to try and figure out what do we need to worry about, what don't we? And again, same rule applies. Give it about a minute. Spend about a minute going through it. If you can't figure it out after a minute, move on from there. We've got a threshold up here we can set. It should be set to 5 hours by default. If I turn it down, I can see, yeah, I don't have much more showing up anyway. But we wanted stuff that's 5 hours or more. Well, that's going to be these two entries here. So basically, it's run down these two entries, see what you think, and then we'll go through and we'll talk about it. All right, I'm going to go on mute while you work on this one. Hey, so there was a question about working with the VM and working with Chrome inside of that, and can you change the zoom? Yeah, you can. So if you've got this, right, you're in the VM, you're running Chrome in the VM, everything kind of looks squashed together. It's hard to see things. Up here, the triple dots, click on that. When you do, that'll open up this pop-down menu. The zoom option here, hit the minus sign a couple of times. Get things to where they all kind of fit on the screen. Once you do that, as Bill suggested, hit Shift-Control-R to reload the page. And when you do that, everything should kind of line up just right for you. If it doesn't, you might need to hit minus one or two more times. You might need to hit plus one or two times to kind of get the zoom exactly the way you want it. But that should get this into better focus for you. But yeah, this is how it comes up by default. But you can kind of tweak Chrome's zoom capability to go through and kind of tweak that. We were also talking about like trusting ASNs. Good idea, bad idea. We actually removed that as a feature in the product because I don't think it's a really good idea. And the story I was talking about was we're a sister company of Black Hills. So one of the really cool things about that is they are awesome pen testers. They're really good at breaking things and breaking into things. So we have environments where we have AC Hunter running and they try to sneak past it and we try to catch them. And it's a wonderful sibling rivalry, and that I think it makes both of us better because they keep trying to find ways around us and we try to keep finding ways to make sure we can catch them. And we do a pretty good job. The couple of times they've been able to kind of sneak past us, it's because somebody has done something that wasn't a good idea. And one of them was we had a customer that had trusted ASN 8075. Now, you're probably not familiar with that number off the top of your head, but ASN 8075 is allocated to Microsoft. So they control all the IP addresses under that autonomous system number. And they made a statement many years ago that, hey, this ASN, this is only going to be our management servers. These will be the patching servers, the time servers, all that stuff. We will control it. We will make sure they stay secure. So this is stuff but run by us and we're on top of our game. So, if you see anything weird coming out of that, it's just, our protocols being strange. It's not actually an attack. It's just us being us. 8075 is safe. So with that in mind, a lot of sites kind of got lax about, oh, hey, 8075, that's just Microsoft. I don't need to worry about that one. And then they came up with Azure. And then they made some changes to Azure where they moved some of their own resources into the Azure cloud. And when they did that, 8075 started overlapping different parts of Azure. So if you know what you're doing and you know what data centers to use, you could actually spin up a VM that comes up as part of ASN 8075. You can't give it a Microsoft.com domain, but you can at least put it into that IP address space. And anybody who thinks anything out of there is trustworthy, yeah, you might be able to do an end run around them. So yeah, trusting by ASN, not a good idea. All right. So we were talking about, we hit all that. Let's see, where were we? Yeah, we were in this one. We were looking at the long connection module. So there was two entries that showed up here. Actually, let me pull this up. So we got two entries. So we got so first problem you probably noticed was that this is running for almost a full 24 hours. And we don't have any fully qualified domain name information for either one of these, right? There's no FQDN. Here's the problem. So this was created from a PCAP. That PCAP captured 24 hours worth of information. These two connections started before the PCAP started. Now, if you think about how communications work, the DNS query goes by and then we connect up to the system. Well, that means that that DNS query that would show us what's associated with this happened before the PCAP started. That information was lost. So we can't present it here because Zeke doesn't have it. There's no way to go in and extract it. So we're at a little bit of a loss here because we don't have a fully qualified domain name to work with. So one of the things we can do is we can say, okay, we don't have a fully qualified domain name, but let's look up this IP address and see what we can learn about it. And in this case here, we see, oh, hey, look, it's associated with Azure. It's associated with Traffic Manager. This may be a Microsoft. Oh, look at that ASN 8075. So it's coming out of Microsoft's management network. It's had Microsoft related names associated with it. Now, Azure, I don't know if you can attach something to Azure or not. I haven't played around with it enough to know for sure. But historically, this has been Microsoft only stuff. Traffic Manager, that's Microsoft. Windows.com is obviously Microsoft. So this akadns.net, but look, it's Windows Notification Service, notify windows.com. So this has always been an IP address that Microsoft controls and uses as part of their services. So for the second entry, this one here, my guess is this is Microsoft traffic. I'd probably want to keep an eye on this a little bit more. I'd probably want to go in and look at our other people connecting to the system as well. The other thing I could do, now again, we've got that active passive line we don't want to cross, but one thing I might do, go reboot the system. When it reboots, it'll reconnect back up again. It'll do a new DNS lookup. I'll now have that data. Now our attacker will see the system got rebooted, but systems get rebooted every now and then. That's not something that's necessarily going to trigger them to think, oh no, they're onto us. They rebooted the system. Well, all we did was reboot. We didn't make any changes or do anything like that. So I would probably give this system a boot, see how that works. Hey, Chris, was it Zeke that only recorded connections that properly closed? And if so, would this affect the long connection tab? Oh, good question, Arlo. So yes, it is Zeke that only records things after it closes. Could that be what's going on here? No, because if this data came from Zeke that only recorded things when they closed, we may not necessarily see anything here yet because the connection hasn't closed yet. So this has got that module installed in it. That's okay. But the problem is, like I said, we've got a 24-hour PCAP here. This is 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 49 seconds. Okay, so obviously this was running before that PCAP got started. The DNS query took place before the connection took place, which meant that had to be more than 24 hours ahead of time. That's why we're not seeing a name. Zeke didn't see the DNS query because it happened before this PCAP got started. Let's see. If we reboot the system, data from volatile memory will be gone. We will get FQDN. Yep, that's absolutely true. If we go in and we say we're going to reboot the system, well, anything in volatile memory is gone. So if we wanted to do a forensic analysis on that, it's gone. And that's true. Although what most attackers are going to do is they're going to set up some level of persistency, right? They're going to put something in a startup folder, the registry, hey, autoexec.bat still works for some weird reason. They're going to put stuff somewhere where their stuff will restart again. So it would be there if we needed to go back and do a forensic analysis later. But we could potentially lose things. You're right. There is a risk with that. Once we go hands-on keyboard, there's always a risk. Now this top one, so this is going someplace to a weird port 9200. What's going on there? Well, let's look at this IP address and see what we can learn. So this IP address, wait, no, that's not it. Oh, I got the wrong one selected. That's why. Let's see what Virus Total can tell us about this one. Oh, this is going to demo1ahhosted.com. It's got highsensorahhosted.com. So it seems associated with this ahhosted.com address. So what can we do? Well, we could connect to it. I would not do this from the environment that we're collecting this data from, right? So I would like go on my phone. I would shut off Wi-Fi. I would use, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, whoever your carrier is. I would use their network to go in and say, hey, let's go to ahhosted.com and see what shows up. So I'm just going to open a tab and pretend this is on my, oh, there it is. And I'm going to pretend this is on my phone. And when I do that, oh, hey, look, that redirects to this site here, active countermeasures. Who are they? Why are we sending data to them? Purchasing. Have we paid a PO to active countermeasures? If so, who authorized it? Now I'll have an audit trail to be able to go back and see, why are we doing this? So that's another possibility for running things down. Again, I wouldn't want to do this from the environment I'm protecting, but to do this from, another web browser, not a big deal. Well, wait, Chris, you connected to their website that see that? Yeah, they would. But for anybody who's run a website, you see thousands of connections per day coming from all over the world. To know one of them may have been the site you're currently attacking, probably not very likely. So yeah, that's how I'd go in and run that one down. All right, let's do this real quick. I know we're a couple of minutes after the break, but I want to make sure that we kind of keep things going so we can finish on time. So we're going to take a look at a different data set now, because we have that one that we think is hostile. So we had one bad system out of that last data set. The rest of them all look like stuff that was probably going to be okay. So next, what we want to do is we want to pull in the next data set. So again, if you're on the shared server, you cannot do this. But if you're running on a VM, you should be able to open a terminal, an SSH session. The last data set we imported was in lab 1. So now we're going to go over to the lab 2 directory. So I'm going to say cd:/lab2. And now I'm going to say Rita import star.log lab 2. Throw this in Discord in case anybody needs it. Good question, Aquan. Would AIH hosted be suspicious since it redirected us? Not necessarily. If it seems like there's a relationship between the two, that wouldn't be much of a surprise to me. Redirects are kind of common. But that's good. You get a suspicious mindset. That's what you need in this job. All right, so we're in the lab 2 directory. We're going to import this data. So now I'm going to go through and hit enter. It's asking me for my password. Hunting. And now it's going in and doing an import. Now, a couple things. One, that ran really fast, which tells me there's not a lot of data. If I look up here, look at this. No host data to analyze. No Yukon data to analyze. No proxy data to analyze. No TLS or HTTP to analyze. But there's 2,000 entries in exploded DNS. Gee, I wonder what kind of data we might find in this data set. So once you do this import, go back to the main dashboard, go to your little settings icon. You should have a lab 2 directory now, or a lab 2 data set, excuse me. Highlight that just like I did, and then click confirm. Now notice nothing shows up down here. If you're running the VM, nothing will show up down here, but you'll have this up here. So that tells you, hey, I got DNS I want to check out. If you're on the shared server, you will actually see an IP address show up here. And if you look over on the right, the only thing it's flagging is too many fully qualified domain names. So if I'm on the shared server or if I'm on the VM, either way, just click this little DNS icon down the bottom. And I want you to go through and take a look at what's there and let me know, is there anything there we need to be concerned about? So with that said, let's take a break. I'm going to cut a couple of minutes off of this one just because we're running towards the end of the class. So let's say at 15 minutes after the top of the hour, we'll pick up from here and keep going. But this should be a fairly quick lab for you. Okay, we're back. We're into the lab 2 data set. So we should have that loaded. So again, if we go to the settings icon on the main screen, on the main dashboard, lab 2 should be selected. And the only thing we have is DNS. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to take a look at this one. This one should be really, really easy for you. And then we'll go through and we'll cover this one. Yeah, this one was pretty obvious, right? So we have one line entry that shows up and that's it. I'm going to drop the threshold down to 0, just so you can kind of see everything that's in here. So we looked up 2,074 unique resource records, which within honestimnotevil.com. Okay, that's obviously something else is going on here, right? We're really looking at this probably is some sort of C2 over DNS situation that we're running into. Now, the reason I dropped the threshold down to 0 is because when you do that, you can start seeing each of the unique DNS queries that were taking place. So, for example, we had 4 DNS queries for this string right here. Well, I talked about this earlier, right? This is numeric values and letters A through F. Well, that's clearly hex, right? There's clearly some sort of encoding that's being taken place here. So my guess is this is information leaking out of our environment. Someone's compromised an internal system and they are controlling it over DNS. So when this thing does a query, it's basically saying, hey, I'm here. Do you have anything for me to do? The answer comes back and tells it what it wants it to go through and do. And then whatever data gets generated by that command, that gets exfiltrated out as additional queries. So, excuse me. So that's what we're seeing taking place here. Now, what is this? What does this translate to? We'd probably have to go back to the Zeke data. We'd have to go back to the Zeke data, would want to extract out these queries, would want to cut off the hex portion of it, and then run that through a hex to ASCII converter to see what was actually there. And I'll leave that for you to do after hours if you want to go that deep down the rabbit hole. But the other thing that's kind of interesting about this one, although it doesn't show up here, is that so on honestimnotevil.com, that's my domain. I set this up as part of the lab setups for this. One of the things I hear a lot is that, oh, hey, if you want to catch C2 over DNS, just go in and do text record queries, right? If you go in and do text, if you look for too many text record queries, that's going to show it to you. And that's not necessarily a true statement. So let's take a look at the DNS records, the raw ones here. So again, you can follow along with me if you're on a VM. If you're on the shared server, you won't have access to this, but you can watch my screen. So I'm saying less space dash capital S space X25. What does that do? The dash cap, so less would normally just kind of show me a file. And if it didn't fit on a single line, it'll line wrap and it becomes hard to read. Capital S says, don't line wrap, write the line off the right-hand side of the screen. And if I need to see that, I'll just use the arrow keys to navigate over to it. X25 says, I want to allocate 25 spaces for each column. So if I have columns that tend to kind of run together, this will spread them out and just make them a little bit easier to read. And the file I want to look at is dns.log. So I'm going to go through, I'm going to load that up. So here's all my timestamps. This is my Zeke UID numbers for these. Here's my source IP address. Here's my source port. Here's my destination IP address. Here's my destination port. And if I keep going over to the right, I will get into, here are the queries that are taking place. And here's the query type that was done. Now notice I have some text record queries in here, but there's also CNAME and MX records. And what I did was I kind of set this up so that it would use an equal amount of each. So yes, there are text queries taking place, but CNAME and MX were used just as often. So the atlas that some folks will tell you, oh, tell your IDS to look for a lot of text record queries, that'll show you C2 channels. No, it might show you some. It's not going to show you all because text record queries can be used, MX record queries can be used. My personal favorite is DKIM. DKIM is a security protocol that we initiated as part of DNS to help authenticate who's giving the information. Right? So you know that you're getting this information from an authoritative source. And if you know what you're using, you can use DKIM to create a command and control channel. So here's a security protocol we added to make things more secure, but somebody figured out how to leverage that to make things less secure. I just think there's some symmetry to that, right? So yeah, we can't just look for MX and C names. That isn't going to do us any good. Now to get out of this screen, all you got to do is hit the Q key. So hit a lowercase q, and that'll get you back to the command prompt again. So we can't use look for text records, but what we can look for is what we talked about here. 2,074 unique resources were queried in this domain, a domain I've never heard of before. That makes no sense at all. That's what should be setting off the red flags, not whether there's, more than 100 text queries or not. Don't bother with that. You're going to get way too many false positives. Look for the number of unique queries within the domain. Cool. And that's it for this one. We've got one last data set we're going to want to go through and do. So for that, we want to go to the lab 3 directory. So again, if you're on the shared server, you can't do this. That data set should already be there for you. So I'm going to say cd .. lab 3. That'll get me into the lab 3 directory. There's all my Zeke files. And I'm going to do the same thing I've done before. I'm going to say Rita space import space star.log space, and we'll name this one Bob. No, we'll name it lab 3. Descriptor of the directory. So that's our command. Same thing we've been doing before. By the way, you can probably hit the up arrow and get to the one that said cd into this directory and hit up arrow until you get to the import command for lab 2. Change lab 2 to lab 3, and you can do it that way too. Wants my password. That is hunting. And now it'll go through and import that. And this time, yep, we do have some hosts to analyze here. There's some DNS information in there. We've got some beacons that showed up. We've got some user agent strings. We've got some invalid cert information. So yeah, we got a little bit of everything on this one again. This is looking more like lab 1 versus lab 2. And now what I want you to do is come up here to the settings icon. And again, if you're on the shared server, you can do this too. Click settings. Database tab is selected. You should now have a lab 3 data set in here. Select that, confirm, and that's it. We got it loaded. So here's what I want you to do. Say we did this one, we looked through that. I visit it. Yeah, we did all those. Yeah, went through that stuff. Oh, we didn't do the URI analysis. Back on the first one. Okay. Yeah, let me hit this. So we talked about this with it. So this is back on lab 1. Sorry, I missed this one earlier, and I usually go through the slides at the very end, and I didn't, and I apologize. So we did the user agent analysis. We went and we looked, and we said, yeah, this Windows 7 is only being used for this connection. That's super suspicious because the rest of the time it's identifying itself as Windows 10. The other thing we could have done is we could have looked at, okay, what was the user agent string that they were querying? And if we looked at that, we'd see this. In other words, the 3,011 connections that were made from that suspicious system to that system out on the internet, they were trying to query the same URI every single time. Well, that's kind of weird, right? Why would we need to query that same URI over 3,000 times in a day? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So now I might start getting into trying to run down, well, what is this exactly? Well, anytime I run into that, I start looking at what are the unique things I can go look for. So for example, this user agent string, I might be able to query that and that, do a Google on that, and that might help me figure out what's going on. This URI here, this long string, this looks like encoded information to me. So I don't think we'd get anything off of that. See this directory name? That's fairly unique. We might get something out of that that's helpful. So I may be able to go out and Google that to figure out what's actually going on here. And if we do go out and Google that, we find out that, yeah, that directory name is associated with Fiesta EK. So yeah, this is a known C2 channel. This is a known C2 system that's leaving our environment. So we've got Fiesta to deal with. So now we need to look up, okay, if I've been infected with a Fiesta EK, how do I clean that up? How do we recover from that? So again, that was back on the first set of labs. Oh, and also that first lab, there were 14,000 connections in there. We had 6 that we started looking at, 5 that we very quickly said, this is not something we need to worry about. There's only one we need to focus in on. And we found that pretty quickly, despite there being 14,000 connections. So one of the nice things about, Rita AC Hunter is it helps you hone in very quickly on the systems that you need to go in and pay attention to. So lab 2, we did this. We said this was a DNS one that we wanted to go in and pay attention to. ACM drug testing now. Awesome. So we just covered this one. And we said, 2,074 unique resource records within a domain we don't recognize. That's highly suspicious. We had no users accessing any of those resources. That's highly suspicious. And if we drill down, we can see, those look like encoded names. So this is some C2 over DNS. Now, one thing we didn't talk about was the system that's doing these queries. Is that the compromised system? Yes or no? Maybe. It depends on where our Zeke sensor is. If our Zeke sensor is out at the perimeter and we're using an internal resolver, this is going to be the IP address of the resolver. If we're using external DNS for some reason, this is going to be the IP address of the compromised system. If it turns out it's the resolver, well, now we need to go to the resolver. And I would run Enrp and I would say, hey, Enrp, any UDP53 traffic, which would be my DNS traffic, that has honest I'm not evil in the payload, grab that packet for me. And now it would see the IP address of the client that's sending that query to the resolver. Now I know what the endpoint is that's actually in a compromised state. We talked about that. Import those logs. Yep. So lab 3. So what I want you to do is pull that in. You tell me what's interesting in there. So we've got beacons, we've got beacon web. So I like to start with long connections myself, but you can take a look at long connections, see if there's anything there that's interesting. If not, go take a look at beacon web. If not, take a look at beacons, take a look at DNS. I'm going to take the training wheels off and give you a little bit more room to go through and kind of look through this one. So go through, give this one a shot. I am still here. I'm just going to be on mute while you do this lab. And I'll give you a couple of minutes to go through it, and then we'll cover this together. Okay. We're in the home stretch, coming up on the top of the hour. Let's talk about this one. And because it was requested, water, garbage, party, park the car in the yard. How about that? Awesome. All right, let's take a look at this one. Okay, so you can really start anywhere. We don't see anything getting flagged for DNS, so I'm going to skip that. I've got long connections. Let me take a look at that. We've got the same 2 we had before. We said both of these are okay, so that looks all right. Let's jump over to beacon web. And the first one that pops up looks a little weird. Look at this. Does that look like a bell curve to you? Ooh, what do we say that looks like? Anytime we see a bell curve. Let's see who can be the first to answer that one. Arlo, Cobalt Strike. Exactly right. Arlo, please DM Shelby, and she's going to send you one of our new coffee mugs, the Black Hat Tears coffee mug. She'll send you out one of those. So folks in the background, keep track of Arlo. He's going to go through and get one of the coffee mugs. Yeah, Cobalt Strike. If we look at our time over a 24-hour period of time, look at this. We've got about 2 connections going off all day long, 24 hours. So there's definitely persistency here. There's definitely a signature that kind of looks like Cobalt Strike here. We've got, this is connecting to Noob02. Oh yeah, really? Quick show of hands in Discords. How many people have named their servers Noob? Probably not many, let alone needing Noob02 because you already named one of your other servers Noob. Oh no, we need a second one now. I don't think so. Now, look at this domain name. Skype TM, Skype trademark? No, that's wrong. No, it should be Skype.com, right? It shouldn't be SkypeTM.com. This is somebody who's registered an associated domain. I can pretty much guarantee that's not going to have Microsoft behind it. And it's com.ty. So this is a Taiwanese server, or it's part of a Taiwanese domain. So my guess is skypetm.com, Microsoft knew enough to register that one so people couldn't do an associated domain, but they missed skype.com.tw. So somebody went out and registered that one instead. So this first one looking super uber suspicious to me. Oh, look at this user agent string. Microsoft Internet Explorer. No. When Microsoft Internet Explorer identified itself, it was IE and then the version number. This is, I'll be honest, this is somebody lazy, right? We've got somebody who created this command and control channel and they were lazy. They phoned it in when it came to the user agent string. Yeah, I got to put something here. I know, Internet Explorer. That'll be good enough. No, no, it's not. You're not even trying. At least try and make this hard on us. Come on. What else could we do? Well, we could look up this domain and see if there's anything interesting there. So let's go to VirusTotal and see what VirusTotal says. Oh, that's not good. VirusTotal has five security works highlighted. Sophos is identifying it as spyware/malware. That's not a good thing, right? That's not a good thing. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, there's a Google SkypeTM.com. There's some sibling domains that are associated with this. Gunlike. Okay. That's a weird host name, but whatever. Yeah, look at this. Lots of detects on malware being pulled off of that site. That's not a good. So yeah, I think we can be pretty certain that this one looks kind of super suspicious here, right? That this is one that we may want to go in and kind of pay some more attention to. Now, what I'm kind of curious about is what does the URI look like on this one? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say less space dash capital S dash X25, same command I used before. And we're going to look in the http.log file. That's the one that's going to have our HTTP information in it, obviously. And then if I go look, yeah, see, there's a lot of traffic. So normally I might try and filter on just the IP addresses involved here, but there's a lot of connections taking place. So I don't need to worry about that. I got a full page of it here. So here's that noob02 host parameter that was set. And then here is the URI they're requesting. So it's this big, long URI string. So that's not hex, right? It's all capital letters, but that definitely looks encoded to me. And it looks like they're requesting the same URI over and over again. That's usually a pretty good indication that we're dealing with a command and control channel. This is the way that this thing goes home and calls home and says, ACM dice. Yep, we do have dice. We have 20-sided dice. If you want to go through and play backdoors and breaches, we have dice on that. But yeah, requesting that same URI, coded URI over and over again, that to me just screams, this is a compromised system calling home. This is how it identifies itself to say, hey, I'm here. Do you have anything for me to do? And it doesn't look like anything was transmitted yet, which is a good thing. Anything else interesting in here? Yeah, that user agent string over and over again. We said that looks suspicious. 200, okay. So the server was happy with that request. So whatever we're sending this data out to, it's okay with that long convoluted string. It looked at that as a valid command. It didn't come back and say, URL not found. So it's accepting it. That makes me a little bit suspicious. And yeah, there's nothing else in here that's really interesting. So how would we look this one up? Well, we could try and look this up, but that's going to be hard because that's not a really long, unique string. We may need to do a little bit more homework than that. What I would use in this case here is this. That's what I would be Googling to say, hey, has this popped up for anybody else? And my guess is when we do, it's going to be a known malware channel because, oh my God, there's just so many things about this one that just screams it's a C2 channel. Let's take a look at our second one. This is going to self-events-data-microsoft.com. It's got a valid digital certificate. The digital certificate is issued to star.events.data.microsoft.com. So yeah, I would probably go in and just create a safe list entry. That's a wildcard for anything above events.data.microsoft.com. And now that won't show up any future hunts after this. Reveal said, yep, Pity Tiger. Yes, that's what that last one was. So this one here, the Skype TM one, that's Pity Tiger. So we said this one's safe. We create a safe list entry for that. arc.msn.com, bunch of IP addresses. It's a valid certificate, TLS. Now, this one's interesting. So it's msn.com. That's run by Microsoft. However, Microsoft doesn't use this domain for anything useful anymore. All msn.com is used for is banner ads. So you know how you like sometimes get ads showing up on your Windows system? Like, wait, I paid for this. Why are you showing me ads? How dare you? And they're doing it anyway. Those ads are coming from msn.com. So would I safe list this? Is the big question. I don't know if I'd safe list it. I'd probably firewall it. I'd probably go in and try and create a firewall rule to say, no, don't let my systems talk to that. I don't want those banner ads. Thank you very much. Or even better, or even easier, I may go into my internal resolvers and say, you are authoritative for msn.com. Well, wait, Chris, you're not authoritative for it. Yeah, but they're my internal resolvers. I can be authoritative for whoever I decide to be. Not a problem. So I would go in and tell my internal resolvers, you are authoritative for msn.com. And every single host within that domain that you may try to resolve to, they're all located at the same IP address. Guess what it is? 127.0.0.1. So now when the Windows system tries to get a banner ad, it talks to itself and says, hey, I want a banner ad for myself. Well, no, I don't have any banner ads. Oh, that's too bad. And then it goes into this weird conversation. But it happens very quickly and it doesn't slow anything down. Also, so what's wrong with banner ads? We've seen banner ads used in the past to deliver malware. So if we can protect ourselves from that potential threat vector, probably not a bad idea. So this one, before I'd safe list it, a DNS sinkhole it and just deal with it that way instead. All right, let's see if I missed anything on this one. So the first one, yeah, we said it seemed scammy because of the name. The user agent string just looked completely bogus. It was definitely a beacon going off very consistently, a little more than twice per minute. We said this looks like Cobalt Strike to us. That makes it even more suspicious. Did they ever activate this? Well, let's go take a look. So if I go up, here's my string, right? Did the attacker activate the C2 channel? Well, I can go to view 2 and I'll say, here's my heartbeat. So out of those 3,188 connections, 3,052 of them was my, do you have anything for me to do? No, go back to sleep. We do see a couple of data points that are larger than that. So there has been some activity across this channel. Now, the biggest data transfer was 828 bytes. That's not much. So again, we're in the same situation we were in before where, a lot of times what attackers will do is they'll set up their C2 channel and then they'll step away because they want to see if you notice the malware coming in the first place. They don't want to get caught. So they kind of step back and say, well, if it's still there 3 or 4 days from now, then they obviously didn't catch it. So I'm less likely to be caught. So when they first set it up, they tend not to touch it or maybe just do a quick connectivity check and that's it. So this type of activity is actually pretty normal for a brand new C2 channel. But like we said, this also gives us a good indication of what's been done over the C2 channel, which is pretty much nothing. 800 bytes was the biggest transfer. They haven't grabbed any files. They're not moving laterally yet. Get them out now, and we're going to be in pretty good shape to recover. All right. So we said, yeah, that domain gets flagged. It's identified as being suspicious. So the histogram's flat. The user agent looks bogus. The FQDN looks bogus. Yeah, this is definitely one we need to worry about. We said this one looks like it's okay. We can safe list that. And let's see what else. Oh, I didn't look at the IP address-based ones. So if we go to IP beacons, right, just the regular beacon screen here, we had, there was a DNS one in here, this one here, OpenDNS. So this first one, this is the beacon that we were looking at before. If I look at my second one, this is traffic going out to OpenDNS. and it's going out fairly consistently. It's not that flat line that we go looking for, right? So what's going on here? OpenDNS runs a service, I mentioned this earlier, where they'll check the things you're querying to see if it's on a known blacklist. So you can point your DNS servers at OpenDNS and pay for their service, and they will tell you, oh, hey, no, that's a known malicious site. Don't go there. So it won't give back the legitimate IP address for that. So that's probably what's going on here. So this is one we could probably go in and safe list, no problem. So long as it's okay to use that. If we want people using our DNS servers only, we don't want them using OpenDNS, well, then it's not okay. And we need to go through and address it that way. Long connections, those are the same. We said that. Yeah. So there was some questions about, hey, if we have like a third party come in to kind of help with incident response and they generate some PCAPs, can we pull those in? Yeah, you can. Just go through, run Zeke against that PCAP. I gave you the command for it right here. And then once you have, and the next version, you'll be able to just import the PCAPs directly into AC Hunter. We already have that in process. But for now, you got to run it through Zeke and then pull it into AC Hunter. But once you do that, you can go through and do an analysis just like we would do in here. If you want to keep practicing, if you go up to the site, we post out what's called malware of the day. We had another one posted yesterday. So the malware, so here's what I want you to do for the malware of the day. So if you go to our website, so go under education, go to blogs, and anything that says malware of the day, that's what you're interested in. And when you go to the malware of the day, here's what I want you to do. Skip way to the bottom. Close your eyes, go to your happy place. Don't look at anything. And then start coming back up from the bottom and you'll get the PCAP file. Download that PCAP file. Do your analysis against that PCAP file. See if you can figure out what's bad, what looks okay. Go through and do your full analysis. So in other words, if you have processes for doing threat hunting in your environment and you want to vet those processes prior to an actual incident taking place, here's a PCAP you can use for that. Now, once you go through and do your analysis, now come back to this page and now go back to the very top and now go through and read the full analysis. And that'll tell you this is what you should have seen. This is what's in there. This is what you need to pay attention to. So that'll walk you through the whole process. Now you can double check that against what you found. Were there things in that PCAP file that you should have noticed that you didn't? One that I see a lot of people miss is a common C2 technique is to have the URI download something like a JPEG, something that looks benign. So it looks like a GIF or a JPEG or a PDF or something like, oh, maybe not PDF, but usually like a JPEG. It'll look like an image, something that you don't have to worry about. But then you look at the MIME type that the server is set for that file, and it's text. Well, that means that whoever receives it is going to process it like a text file, which means it could have commands in it, which means that it could execute commands on the local client. So even though by looking at the URL, it looks like they just download a JPEG file and looked at that, when you check the MIME type that the server set on that JPEG file, they overwrote image/JPEG to process it that way and told you, nope, it's a text file. Just go ahead and process those commands. That's one I see folks miss a lot. So you may download a malware of the day where that's one of the things that took place. You may see that's missing from your procedure. And now you know, oh, hey, I need to go in and add that in. So we post these every couple of weeks. It's a great way to go in and keep practicing. If you're interested in a demo, go ahead and type demo into the Zoom chat. If you throw it into Discord, we may lose it because a lot of people type stuff. But if you want to find out more about the commercial version, yeah, go ahead and do it. And yeah, it's a sneak peek. We got a new version coming out soon. We're kind of out of time. I don't really have time to go through it now. But yeah, we've got some major changes coming to AC Hunter that I think are going to be super cool. I am wicked excited about what this new version is going to be. So remember your process. Check for connection persistency. Identify if there's a business need. If you're still unsure what's going on, start doing some research on that external IP. If you're still unsure what's going on, leverage whatever tools you have available to investigate the internal system. Just don't do anything that could tip off an attacker on that box that you're onto them and you're coming after them. Like we said, this is simple binary. assign a 0 or a 1. It's either I'm pretty certain the system is still in a pristine shape, or I'm pretty certain the system is in a compromised state. That we need to come up with one of those two dispositions. If we get to the end here and we can't decide that, we need to start adding some stuff in to make sure we can come to that conclusion. And the one I see usually helps most environments the most, something like Sysmon, monitoring applications talking on the network, and we just store that into a SIM, or we store that into a database someplace. So now when we see connections taking place and we're uncertain, is it something we need to worry about or not, we have that reference to go back and look at to see what binary is creating those connections. Does this make sense? And classes I got coming up, some folks were asking about where do I go from here? That would be the advanced threat hunting class. The next run of it's going to be in May. There'll be another one after that in August. So the two questions we always get: when will the recording get posted? It'll get posted over the next week. It takes a little bit of time to go through the 6 hours and get that up on YouTube. When will I get my cert? The certs usually go out within 24 hours. It's a Friday. Please be respectful of my team's time over the weekend. If you don't have it by Monday, go ahead and drop us a note. But I would recommend we log all of these up to Gutenberg certs. So if you go up and you create a login using the email address that you use to sign up for certifications. Now, this is true for not just ACM, ours, but Black Hills, Antisyphon, everybody else. We post them up there to you as well. So rather than having to wait for it to show up in an email and keep track of it, you can have all your certs in one place up on that site. And oh, yes, that service is free. And that's all I got. So thank you for attending. Appreciate you here. ACM folks, if anybody's still here and wants to jump in and hop on video for a second, please feel free to.
Oh, yeah, we're still here.
We're still here.
I didn't scare you away yet, huh?
Nope. In 3 decades, Chris, you still haven't scared me away.
Damn, I have known you about that long, right?
Pretty darn close. Hey,
Yeah.
Thanks from all of us, because I know that this takes some commitment to be able to take a full day off from work or other projects. Thank you for taking part.
Yeah. So two things. One is I want to apologize to Liam because I sent out a post about, oh, we'll give you double your money back, ha ha ha. And that wasn't cool. It's somebody struggling to try and get lab stuff working. We've all been there. And I wasn't being helpful doing that. I shouldn't have, and I want to apologize for that. But I do want to mirror Bill's comment, which it's a free class, but it's not, because you've still given your time. You could have been doing anything else today and you chose to share it with us. And that really means something. We really do appreciate that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I can totally understand where he's coming from. I mean, sometimes this can get very frustrating if you're dealing with a series of different applications and downloads and things to do. So, I mean,
there's a lot of
all
moving pieces. So not like it's, oh, hey, figure out a widget and you're okay. It's, well, download this VM, get the VM working within whatever environment you have. And, oh, now you've just started. Now let's jump into security. There's a lot of moving pieces to getting this stuff done. So I clearly need a nap, and I apologize for that.
Oh, no problem at all. No problem at all. We're all together as a team, not only us, but everybody that attends this. I mean, we're all in this together.
Absolutely.
So.
Yeah, I don't think some people realize too, this class gets very large. So there's over 600 people attending.
Yep.
So sometimes it's hard to find that balance, like the middle of the road, keeping it where everyone can follow along properly.
I did have someone hit me up on LinkedIn yesterday saying, hey, I got a meeting. Can we postpone the training? Sorry, dude.
Yeah.
But that is why we record it. So,
yes, exactly.
There is a recording that will be made available, and the Discord server, the Threat Hunter community, that is always open. So if you go back and do this later, or if you're watching this as a recording right now, feel free to continue to ask questions in Discord. We are there. The community's there. And another shout out to everyone in the community who's been helping answer these questions today.
Yeah.
100%.
Yes. Thank you to our repeat offenders. Absolutely.
The state of Vermont actually had a meeting on Monday, so they They moved the eclipse back a day, so we actually had it on Tuesday.
Oh, so it was you.
Awesome.
Yeah. Well, thank you,
Awesome.
Chris. That was awesome. And we definitely appreciate all your time and your effort you put into doing this. I mean, we love it.
Oh, it's all good. But yeah, I am definitely ready for a frosty rum beverage.
There we go.
Yeah.
And thank you to the disembodied voice of Shelby in the background. Thank you for making this possible.
Yes.
Yeah. And thank you for Casey for staying up. I think it's like Sunday night where she's at already.
Well, it's 11 o'clock here in Germany, but that's all good. I love it.
It's 11 p.m. in Germany, so you're just going out to go drinking now, right?
It's what we do. Yeah, we don't go out before 10, 11 o'clock on the weekends.
Yeah, so this is dinner time for you. No big deal.
Yeah, no, not for me. Not tonight.
All right. If you're looking for any last minute ideas of where to go next, the FAQ has some good things some articles and books and so on to go next. That's all I got.
Cool. All right. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy your weekend. And anything else, just drop us questions. Everybody take care.
See you next time.
Bye.
Bye-bye.